Office of the Governor issued on March 16, 2020 as extended. The City Council for the City of Duncanville, Texas will conduct a City Council regular meeting in person and by video conference at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, in order to advance the public health goal of limiting face-to-face meetings, also called social distancing, in an effort to slow the spread of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. This is an open meeting conducted by in-person and video conference. Due to the limited seating in council chambers, persons or participants may attend by video conference in order to maintain safe social distance as provided in this notice. To speak during citizens' comments, you must register with the City Secretary before 4 p.m. on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. Email citysecretary@duncanville.com and title the email Public Comment August 10th. You will need to register with the link below and attend the meeting. During the citizen comment period of the agenda, the City Secretary will call your name and allow access to your camera and microphone for you to provide your comments. Feel free to email your comment to the City Secretary for the Mayor to read into the record for any unexpected technological issues that may arise. Explanation of business. Audience via Zoom is listen-only mode. However, citizens who register to speak with the City Secretary by the 4 p.m. deadline will be allowed to speak. Their microphones will be turned on by the IT department. And so we have a quorum. The mayor is under the weather. He won't be here. So I will conduct the meeting. And we will move forward with our budget work session call to order. And Secretary Downs, have we received any public comments?
No comments.
No comments. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to turn the meeting over to City Manager Pharrell Benavides for her to lead the discussion at this point.
Thank you, council members. This is our third discussion on our FY 21-22 budget. As we mentioned, our theme is celebrating our past while championing our community's future, and that's what we're focused on. We're going to do things a little bit different. We're going to go through, we've covered a lot of information over the past meetings. We're going to do a recap of some of that information, but we're going to have the departments this time to come in and they're going to talk to you about their individual budgets and what are some of the things in the budget. And it's an opportunity for you to interact. So the key to this is you don't have to wait to the end to ask questions, and as we go, if you have questions. The first thing, just press one. That one slide I'll go through, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Adina. Is as we look at our budget, we are presenting to you a budget with a moderate increase. It is an increase based on some things that are starting to look up for the city. If you look at all of our areas of funding, you'll see that when we first had our first workshop in our discussion, our concern was, as we said, our property tax is going to be flat. We found that to be otherwise, and you'll hear more about that. We also talked about sales tax. When we first talked about sales tax, we talked about a potential of a moderate increase over where we're going to end this year. What we've decided to do is just for caution, you'll see that staying pretty much flat, but it's still a 13% increase over the budgeted or the proposed amount or the approved amount from the prior fiscal year. Now, it is still equal to the end of the year projections, and then some of the other areas that you'll hear us talk a little bit more about, but for example, interest on investments, that's an area where you'll see a negative 48% decrease. That is something that we've steadily seen going down. The other area that we've seen, because of the lack of contact that we're having, when we look at our areas like fines, you'll see that that has been very low, but that's based on some of the issues of COVID. We're not sending our officers out for more contacts, and so you'll see it. We're expecting it to start to improve, but not to get back to the levels as you see in some of the areas. The other thing that you'll see on all the documents, because this is unusual, we would normally only provide you the adopted and maybe 1 year actual. We felt that it was important to go back to 17, 18 because that was the last time that we really felt a little bit of stability. As we started to move down this line, what you'll see is the impact of COVID and the pandemic and things that were happening. And so what we'll do is I'm going to first turn it over to Ms. Atmore, who's going to talk to you. And that's just the breakdown, as we said. Property tax, 52% of your budget. Very dependent on real estate. We had a meeting with one of our investment counselors who said, we present and represent a very stable organization, one that investors would love to invest in because of the stability of this. Sales tax has been one that we struggle with sometimes. We know that we are looking at more opportunities, and we also talked a little bit about whether COVID or not impacted how much people were spending. But one of the things that will impact it is the price of goods are going up. So whether people spend less or not, the price of what they're paying, as many of you have seen, are going up. And so I will now turn to Ms. Atmore, who's going to take us through our tax rate.
Good evening. What I'm going to go through today with you is kind of explain to you what the county turned into as far as our certified property values for this year, or tax year, what they call tax year 21. And so for the property values, if you look to the right here, this 2021 certified taxable values, the residential and the commercial BNP, these are the three values, I guess, that come up with to get our overall certified taxable values of $2.8 billion. Okay, that is the values of all the properties in Duncanville. And if you look at the next line where it says the lowest value under protest, this value is the value that of property, all the property in Duncanville that is still under protest, meaning that by the time the Dallas County was trying to give us certification on our taxable values, these are the properties, the lowest amount that they felt like that if they won the arbitration or won the litigation, this would be the lowest value that we would come back to the city. So that is what it means by the lowest value under protest. So those properties during the year, as the litigation is completed and gone through, those will be finally added to our tax rolls as a certified, as a final value. Each month, this is happening all through the year until the next tax year comes up, and then we start all over again.
So, all right, so go through that one more time. I think I'm hearing you say that if they won if the residents won the case on asking for their tax to be lowered, then we lose out this amount, or we gain that
lowest amount we get.
No. So what Dallas County gives us is there are two values that are on the certified sheet that we get. There's a value that says, hey, these are the values on the protest. This is the highest amount that it started out with. But this is the amount, the lowest value, which is up here, I show here, is a value they're figuring that if the other party, the homeowner, won, that this would be the lowest value that would be on our rolls for that property. Okay? And so we get to add that to the certified value, because at the time this is certified, they weren't able to say definitely this is the value that contributed for this year. Okay, so that's why they leave it out there. So you have an option really as a city. You can put all of that value to your certified values, or you can take half of it. I've seen cities use none of it. But what we did this year, we used all of that and added it to the $2.8 billion to get the $2.847 billion.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Right,
so that's how we came up with the total taxable value for the city of Duncanville for this tax year. Okay, and then we have the proposed tax rate, which we are proposing to you to be at a flat 70 cents. And when you take that amount and add it to the taxable value to $2.8 billion, over $2.8 billion, and divide it by $100 per taxable value, then that you get the $28,478,511. Then you take that amount and you multiply it by the 70 cents. That's your proposed tax rate that we're proposing for the next fiscal year, this tax year. And that's where we get the property tax revenue for the upcoming fiscal year of $19.9 million. Yes, sir.
So out of that $19.9 million, approximately, give or take $28,000 to $30,000 of that is due to the $41,973,000.
Yes. Yes, sir. Because it is included in that number. And that's why during the year, every month, Dallas County gives to us, you know, the outcome of those arbitrations or those litigations. And once they make a determination, a final determination, they give us a copy of that determination and tell us this is how much was certified in that litigation. So it may add to the value that we put in here, or it may decrease the value.
So if
Okay.
you decrease the value, how much would that, I'm doing the math.
Well, if it decreases lower than what we have on here, because remember, there's a lot of properties in this number, this
Right,
41
right.
million. And our number is actually lower than a lot of the cities around us.
Okay.
Some of the other cities are around 140 million, 50 million. So we really have a lower amount of protested property values this year. Okay,
Do you know the percentage, by the way,
percentage of
of the amount you're talking about?
these
Of
properties
protests,
that will be. You really don't know. We won't know that until it's all complete during the year. And that could be up until January and also even after January, even start a new tax year, some of those are still not determined. It might take in some properties, it might take 2 or 3 years. And because these can be commercial properties, might be tied to this as well. Okay.
All right, thank you.
So down below, let me show you the chart at the my left. The changes in certified value. We wanted to kind of give you a history of what the changes in certified values have been over the last few years. So if you can see in 2016, we got 8.68%. That's the change from fiscal year 2015 through 16. So there was an 8.68% increase in the taxable values from 15 to 16. And so you see in 17, there was a 5.43%, a 10.68 in 18, and so forth during the year. So this last year in 21, we had a 10.53% increase from the prior year. So that was we didn't expect this. That's what Dallas County had told us that was going to be a flat, but actually we came out 10.5% above what they told us. So that's a good thing, so we can celebrate that. So down below, I just want to show you what we're proposing as your estimated tax rate. So in the yellow column, you have the tax rate at 0.70%. And that gives you a property tax revenue amount of over 19.9 million. Now, remember that 19 million is not all dedicated to general fund. Some of that will be part of the tax rate that's split between O&M and debt service will be split up, and the part that's debt service will go to the debt service fund. But of that 70 cents, that's the total amount that we will get to us from property tax. So if you look down also beneath that row, we have the estimated tax revenue at the no new revenue. That's what used to be called the effective tax rate. So now going forward in the future, it is no new revenue tax rate. And so our rate was calculated by Dallas County and the city at 0.6738%. So what is showing here is that if we calculated that amount, if we actually did the revenue calculation at that amount, that is how much money we would come up with. It would be 19.1 million. So you can see it's a little bit different, quite a bit different than the amount at the 0.70, okay? And if you look at underneath that, the third row under there is that VAR is the voter approval rate. So the voter approval rate was actually 0.702073. And so we are proposing a rate of 0.70, which is below that voter approval rate. But if you can see the difference, if we actually went through the voter approval rate, is $59,000, and that would be an impact to the general fund would be $55,000 increase if we went to the voter approval rate.
So let me know if this is a spot or not. I'm thinking
No, go right ahead.
So at one point, last year we were talking about Homestead, right? I'm not sure, how does Homestead work into these numbers at all, or is that further down the line?
On the homestead,
If we did.
we will get to that, we'll get to that a little bit later and we'll talk about that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. But is this, you have any questions on this slide? Is that pretty clear? Okay, so we'll move on. Here we give you a little of history of the certified taxable value in millions between the residential value and the commercial property and business personal property taxes. So you can see in 2021, we see the 846 million versus the 1,960,000,000 for the taxable value. And so this just gives you a historical view of where we've been and where we're going and how we're increasing in the certified values. Okay.
So, excuse me, so in terms of the relationship between commercial and residential, we are 2/3, 1/3.
Oops, I'll be right now.
There we go.
There you go, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're 2/3,
Yes.
1/3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, just about.
Okay.
Have a heavy dependence on residential, very small commercial, but our residential has proven to be stable, and so that has helped us because we do have a stable residential. But as we start to just look at it, that also leaves a vulnerability for us because we don't have new residential, and so we have to make sure that we're maintaining what we have, as with our commercial.
And so this is part of the reason why you do the economic development to kind of build a less dependency on the residential, but it all depends on what type of community that you're in regarding the split between residential and commercial. And so this chart just kind of gives you the historical average of the taxable values in Duncanville. You can see the average taxable home value in 2017 was $121,000, and in 2021 is $173,000. So you can see that the home values have increased over time, and this is what it looks like when the citizens actually pay taxes. It's gone from, if that same house, if it's escalating in value, they went from paying $919 in taxes to $1,216 in taxes in 21.
And that's just city paid. And we recognize the city as one of the smaller portions of our overall tax.
You know, somewhere between 25 and 27% of the total tax bill.
Yes.
And this is a chart that's just kind of showing you how we compare to the other cities in the area on the proposed tax rate for tax year 21. So you can see that Duncanville is right there, one of the lowest. I can say we're probably the third lowest on this list, but we are definitely
Second.
in
We're
second
second.
row. Second,
Cedar
68,
Hill is the lowest at
70.
0.68.
I'm sorry, yeah.
You're on 2021, yes. This
Yes,
year,
I'm sorry, yes.
and
You're
Cedar
right.
Hill is at 7.
Let's count all the retail that they have in Cedar Hill, right?
And the property housing values, and remember, so the higher the values, people always say we compare ourselves to other organizations, but part of what affects the values is actually the overall value of the house. And if you look at a place like Highland Park, for example, you're going to see a lower tax rate, but their property values are so much higher, they're able to get more with less. And so it really goes down to what portion, as we talk about the other, people are paying toward the services they receive. Lancaster has historically been one of the higher areas. They have a lot of new construction that also helps in it, but it's like with that, the values, it looks at the housing values overall.
And here is the tax rate comparison when we talk about for the last few years between the tax rate that we're proposing or have adopted, and then between the no new revenue tax rate, which is formerly the effective tax rate, and the voter approval rate, which is formerly the rollback tax rate. So it gives you an overview of how you look at those differences have been over the last few years. We have incorporated the proposed certified tax rate in this budget that you're presented with as a 0.70. And so this is a reduction. It's a kind of 2.4% reduction. And again, with fourth year in a row, consecutive year that we have actually reduced the rates. And this rate is lower than the lower approval rate.
Before you move on, just because I think it goes back to go back 3 slides, just because I think it's gonna tie into what Mr. Cook and what Councilmember Harvey had spoke of, to the total value, the first chart that you created, with that one.
Okay.
So the question you were asking is, how would Homestead impact? It comes off the top.
Okay.
And so for our senior homestead and for those with disabilities and seniors, it would come off of the top over the residential. And so it would come out of that calculation. And so it just affects our overall, how much value, so that'd be correct?
Yeah, when you talk about your homestead exemption, they're talking about a specific dollar amount that they're exempting from that. So you're basically your residential property values. They would take that off the top of the housing values and exempt that. So say each house had a $25,000 homestead exemption. So 25,000 times each person who's eligible for homestead exemption comes off of that 1.95 million in residential.
Go to that next slide, the one that showed the average tax bill. Yes, there. So use that as an example, the average tax bill, so that would affect that amount. So where it says
Yes.
173,000, for example, I think we do 30,000 for seniors currently. It would take 30,000 off of the taxable value, and the value would just go down. And so we would tax at a lower level for those individuals.
So, and again, I was just talking about, I guess, for the seniors. So seniors just 30,000? Or was it 25?
I thought we raised it to 30. I'm not sure if council remembers. I can look it up and make sure. I apologize. When I looked at it before, I looked at a spreadsheet to see where we were with our senior and disability. But I thought council had gone forth and upgraded it, so to 30.
I don't think we ever upgraded ourselves. We kept it the same.
You did not? Okay, I will find out exactly and get it to you before we finish.
We'll get back to you.
When we get to her presentation, because that may be a goal.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I'm just talking about seniors. I wasn't talking about anything else other than the seniors.
So that answered your
It
question?
does, thank you.
If I may, it's currently 30.
Just 30?
30,
Yeah, I'm pulling up
30,000.
Council
on the
raised
Dallas
it.
taxes right now. For 65 and disabled.
Yes. Thank you. You're faster than me, good.
Also,
Which
Dallas
way
taxes.
Okay, so
Too far, too far.
finally I got this.
Well,
Okay, this is
pass
not
it
going
on.
the right way.
Okay.
Do we want to have discussion?
Any questions on this section before we go to, the next we're gonna talk about is our general fund expenditures. Questions on tax rate and general fund revenues.
Next one, revenues.
We're done one. Did you sales tax? Oh, we have sales tax.
No, you can keep it.
I'll keep this, I'll press for you, here we go.
No, this is our sales tax revenue. Actually, we talked about sales tax previously. What we're projecting based on what we looked at, what we're coming in 2020 and 21, our projection is 11.1 million. And that's just because what we're seeing coming in now on sales tax. So basically, we're estimating for 22 to be at the same amount because sales tax is probably one of those things you can never really quite forecast properly accurately. So we're being a little bit conservative and just making sure that what we're estimating to come in this year that we'll probably bring in next year. So that's
So how do we do to compare it to last year when we estimate it the same way? Was it close,
when you're
or-
looking at so last year in 2020 you were at 10.2. That's what actually came in for last year, and the year before that was 10.7 million. So basically, I don't remember what the budget is.
Yeah, that's what that.
For that, we'd have to look back
I was just trying
and
to see how
see.
close we were.
Yeah.
We were not close from an adopted to projection, updated projection. We got a lot more when we went into 2021 because it was on the heels of the pandemic and not knowing all the stimulus money and that kind of effects and having new businesses open at the same time. So I will say that,
Yeah.
projection at this time last year was much less than what actually has occurred.
And
Because I think they were projecting the pandemic.
Okay, so I'm curious then, go back 1 year before the pandemic and tell me how close did we come?
Let me go back to the first slide over here that has the overall.
So sales tax here, adopted 21 was a 7.3, and we.
And this is just the
So
general
the
fund
question
portion.
that you're asking is, how close have we been in our projections of sales
But
tax?
this is just general.
Historically, if you look, we have a spreadsheet that drives, and I've kind of looked at it, is we have generally been very conservative in our sales tax projections. We've assumed certain things, and as we've had some changes, we looked at, and we talk about this often, but it's very important to highlight it, is the company that left. I think we estimated that represented a reduction of
$1 million.
about $1 million annually. Now, we were fortunate because some other things have come on key, but we really have a hard time predicting what will happen and how consumers will spend. Some of the things that we've seen come on most recently is Starbucks. That has been a big performer for us. Also, just little things we don't focus on. We don't know the true impact of the e-commerce legislation. That has a potential. There are some e-commerce that are coming in. And so we have been very conservative in our revenue estimates when it comes to sales tax in the past. And so I've never seen going over the history, we have never overestimated sales tax. We've always been under. And if you look at last year's as a great example, we adopted 7.3 million, and we're projecting an end year of 8.3 million. So that's an anomaly, I believe. But we were so concerned. Most cities expected the things that would be hit most would be hotel, motel tax from things like that, and then just consumer sales, thinking about restaurants closing down and things like that. But we adapted, and that adaptation actually created a different type of consumer. It's kind of like when you have a hurricane coming and everyone stocks up. And so what we found is consumers, and we blame some of it on the stimulus money, but we actually estimated what would be the stimulus impact. And it wasn't large enough to create that type of anomaly. People are spending more because there are people, they have money, but also when you're at home, you're using more goods. So when we start looking at things like your water bills are going up because someone's home all day. So those are the things that we're seeing happening. And so I've talked to our neighbors, they're predicting about a 1% or 2% increase in sales tax. But because ours was so high over last year's budget, we think it's important to just stay conservative and come back at mid-year with an amendment if we see this is improving even more than we think, and then we can start to look at other opportunities.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Jennifer's going to take us through expenditures.
Yes. All right, good evening, everyone. You can take my mask off so you can hear me. Just like the overview of the revenues, you've seen this before. This is all of our expenses out of the general fund, including the transfers and one-time projects. As our proposed number there is 36.7 million. It's important to highlight that this is a balanced budget, as those transfers and others, that again is excess fund balance amounts, but the operational amount is less than the revenue that we are bringing in operationally for the general fund. So just some overall impacts to the general fund budget. 2% salary increase for staff. The fleet replacement contribution, we talked about this last time. We're actually going up from 40% contribution to 60% contribution. So that impact is $251,000 of an increase to expenditures. IT replacement, as well as new positions and requests that the departments requested during the budget process, their scenarios, which they will talk about in their departmental budgets presentations. That impact comes to $407,000. But again, with all of these changes and expenses added in, again, our general fund budget is a balanced budget, coming in less than the revenues.
Is overtime mixed in it somewhere?
Overtime?
Uh-huh.
Overtime is included in salaries. I do factor that in, knowing that, you know, the rate goes up per person, you know, any overtime might go up as well. All right, so we're going to get into the departmental expenditures. You'll get to hear from the department. So first up is Assistant City Manager Robert Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Jennifer. Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Harvey and Council. As the City Manager indicated earlier, we are presenting the budget a little differently than what we've done in the past. So we're asking each department director to come in and give you an overview, the highlights of their respective budgets. You've got the majority of the actually you got all the information here in your budget packet. So we're going to be very brief. We're just going to touch on some of the highlights of the respective budgets, departments, and I'm going to just give you an overview of the city manager's office. The city manager's office consists of 4 individuals. That's the city manager, myself, Miss Jennifer, and we're asking for an executive assistant. The amount of our proposed budget is $600 and almost $75,000. And the majority of that expense is salary and benefits, and you're going to see that in most departments. Some of our highlights is we're going to execute the council's direction. As you know, you provide direction, you establish policy, and it's the city manager's responsibility to take that direction, and we take care of the operation aspect of it. Strategic leadership and implement the policies that you develop and provide oversight of all city departments. And so essentially, the top 3 in my view, or all of them are important, but in my view, the top 3 are the most important. As you provide the direction, the city manager and I will make sure that that direction takes place. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So in looking at the city manager's office, I recall that we talked about what I would call the re-engineering of functions, and maybe I misunderstood, but there was going to be a function called neighborhood services.
We're gonna get to that one. That's gonna be a separate function. We created a separate office, and we have that next, coming up.
I'll wait.
Okay, yep, you've got neighborhood services.
Yes, sir. You'll see
You
me
like that
again.
one.
That's a very important function that we'll talk about here momentarily. But what's included in the budget is we moved and reclassified the budget analyst to the budget administrator under the city manager's direction. We're going to add an assistant, an executive assistant. And then, sir, you talked about neighborhood services. That's something that we'll talk about here briefly. Placing greater focus on strategic planning and performance management systems. We hear you, we hear our citizens. We've heard you talk about customer service. That's a priority for us. And so we're focusing on that. That's in our budget. And then a digital budget book. We're trying to move away from all the paper that you see. We want to be more streamlined with all of our budget documents. So what was not included is we moved the city secretary back to a standalone division, and Ms. Kristen is going to go over that here.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm Kristen, if y'all didn't know me. So I'm gonna go over my program is, highlights are, obviously, I do the city elections and public information, which is open records, records management, and I am with y'all all the time, and I provide administrative support, relief to y'all when y'all need it. I do the agendas, the meetings, the minutes, and all the codifications. What is included in my budgets is the election cost. That has been an increase due to them transitioning over to vote centers. I have the iCompass agenda software, MuniCode, and Laserfish, which is implementing open records portal and contract management system that I currently have. What's not included is I would like to have a records management coordinator for the department to help me with records management. And I would like more space to provide for records management and for city council and the city attorney to have their own office space if they needed it with citizens and staff to meet with. Yes, sir.
Could you give me 2 to 3 things that would be different in terms of how your program operates if there was a record management coordinator? And just talk a little bit about records management and how it impacts the organization.
Records management, basically anything and everything that is typed, written is a document. This is all public records to anybody who wants to have it. There's retention purposes on every record that we have, whether it's administrative, historical, any record. I am in charge of the whole city for providing these retention departments and having liaisons in each department to help me. However, because my office is so lean, I'm not able to get to every department and make sure that the records are being codified correctly. So I would like a management records coordinator to help me with that, and we would go around and train, and she would train them, or he would train them when I'm not present to help with that. We do a records destruction once or twice a year. So we're able to stay on top of that. Last year, I took the city to more electronically friendly, so not everything we have to do by paper and print it out. So now that we can save all of our records on the computer instead of printing everything out and putting them in boxes. However, because I've done that, that means that I have to do records retention on everything that is in the computer. So there's rules that go to that, and I have to be able to get to everybody to train, and that also includes your emails. There's a retention on your emails that you set, and currently right now, because we're electronic, I'm having everybody just place them in the folders until I can get to their departments and show them how we're gonna do the new process. So, yes.
Is there someone compatible in that position already in one of our other cities as well?
Yes, sir. A lot of the cities have records management coordinators. Assistant city secretaries are executive assistants. If there's an assistant city secretary, they manage as the records coordinator also. But most cities have records coordinators and executive assistants.
Did you look at it two ways? Did you look at it where perhaps that person could be part-time versus a full-time FTE?
That could be possible.
Okay. What would be the challenges to be part-time?
Part-time, that just they wouldn't be here more often, and we would have to. It might take a little bit longer. I mean, the work would get done eventually. It just might take a little bit longer than somebody who's here 8 hours, 40 hours a week.
Okay.
With the amount of work that you project that this person would be doing, does that fit a 40-hour week for one individual?
Yes, sir. It does.
Is that an understatement?
You just never know.
I mean, like I said, everything that you touch is a record. So, I mean, right now, if you were to email me right now, that's a record. So, yeah, I mean, it's constantly every day.
So what's the salary of that other person?
They're usually around 40,000 a year.
Of course, that's not through benefits and everything.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir?
So the records retention, that's mandated by state?
Yes, sir.
So is there a state inspection that occurs every once in so often, or?
I provide the records to them, but they pretty much trust that I'm doing it. If we could be audited, yes, sir, we could. Whenever they come around, however, I do work closely with them if there's any questions, and I have actually brought the state out to hold classes for employees and ask questions on that, but it is state regulated.
In addition to that, sir, if someone was to file an open records request and we don't handle that appropriately within 10 days, and they file a complaint with the Texas Attorney General's office, well, then at that point, they would come in and determine what has happened with that request.
And a lot of people think that if you just hold on to it historically, that you'll be okay if you get open records. It's not that. It also drives our open records cost up more because it costs us $15 an hour that we have to charge these people asking for open records because we have to sit there and go through everything. And legally, if we were to keep it historically and not destruct it and we go to court, then we can get fined, and it doesn't protect y'all either, and it doesn't protect the city. So we have to go by the retention period.
And those fines are pretty stiff, I imagine.
Yes, very stiff.
Is any other new technology, you mentioned something about technology for this, is any other additional technology that will help in that role?
No, sir.
No other technology there?
Not that I am aware of that has been made as of right now. But I can look into that. But the Laserfish is helping me because I'm moving the contracts over there. So instead of them all being in the vault and we go through the filing, because I've taken the city electronically, I'm able to store them online and in the cloud, and we can search them. And then any staff can go there, and it's I forget the name of it. RCI, is that what it is? Where you can type in the word and it searches the whole document.
So
OCR.
The answer to your question, there's tons of technology
Yeah.
that do this. When I was the head of document management retention for the city of Chicago, that's all we did. It's not cheap. There's storage, but there's also, the most important part is someone has to go through, in most cases, is create the database where you can track it. OCR will go through and do searches, but you also have to go through and index the documents, and that's where you're pushing. It's also an educational process to teach people that stop creating paper. So every time I print out a sheet of paper, and so we've got to do some education. But the conversion, there are companies that you can bring in, and there are even organizations that do reentry programs that can go through and do document conversion so that you can get rid of the paper. But then you get, with the cloud, you have different types of storage opportunities now, but it is an extenuating process. And a lot of cities are moving toward that. And I think as we start to look at our long-term vision, we've got to create a scenario where we are creating less paper intensive. When I first got here, she was going through boxes of documents. Well, part of that would be is you had part-time employees, as you mentioned, or some trained individuals who were doing a conversion center where they're going through and converting them so that she can get rid of all those paper documents and legitimately do it. But that just takes time, and that takes some partnerships with some of our communities. Community colleges were moving into these types of systems early on, and in fact, some companies, they find it valuable to do it because it's a good workforce tool for the workforce to do. So there is technology out there. It's just the cost of implementation is the conversion and going through the process, and someone still has to manage the process, ensure that the data is actually being scanned in and scanned in correctly. But as we start to move forward with the team that we have, is we need to stop creating the paper documents in the beginning, so.
And you said not cheap, define not cheap for me.
I can say that when we went to Laserfish, I looked at them helping me with that process, and for them to come out and scan just this side, not even touching PD side, it was gonna be close to $100,000.
And that's actually cheap for me.
And that's just scanning.
I converted the historical documents for the buildings office for the city of Chicago, and it was about $1.8 million.
And I'm sorry, last question, is that, when we talk about adding that person, what time are we talking about for the whole fiscal year, or are we using it?
We're not talking about doing it this year.
Yeah, not this year.
We just added an executive assistant already.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
These are things for the future.
For the
You see things
future.
not funded, these are things for the future as we move forward.
All right, thank you.
There you go, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good evening, all. I'm Todd Siegel. I'm the HR director, and I'm going to be talking to you about human resources. So we are estimating our proposed budget for 21-22 is $401,000. That's a slight increase over last year, and I'll get into that a little bit. Our program highlights are we are an exemplary customer service department. We deal with external and internal customers, and our mantra is give everybody the best customer service that you can. We're responsible for recruitment, selection, onboarding, employee engagement, which is our wellness program, our employee recognition program, and training and development, and offboarding of employees. We're also responsible for the biweekly payroll for all city employees. We handle that in-house through our ERP software, which is Tyler Munis, and our timekeeping software, which is ExecuTime. We handle all benefit planning, implementation, and administration. So we're the ones who help to put out an RFP and go out to market to get the best, to find the carriers that are conducive for our environment, make sure our rates are not increasing. And then we roll it all out and we enroll everybody and then we administer it through the course of the year. This is not only for employees, but also for retirees. We also oversee all civil service related activities, which as you probably know is police and fire. They are classified civil service employees.
Did I hear you mention, did I hear you said that your payroll is internal? You don't payroll internal?
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at external to see if that's a cost-effective way of doing it, external versus internal?
I don't know if it's been looked at in the past, but not since I've been here. And one of the main components or reasons why we got the Tyler Munis system was, aside from finance, was to bring payroll, get a system for payroll where it would be most efficient and effective. Because it's tied into the whole HR component of the system. So it's a very easy process, but it's still very time consuming. It takes up 3 days every other week.
But does it take a full person to do it?
It's one of my tasks, so it takes me 2.5 days every other week.
I would like to look and see what it costs to offset the payroll system, just curious to know what that cost is.
Yes, sir.
I would just offer, I have done this in the past and looked at cities this side and even smaller as far as contracting out, because I know there's ADP and other firms that do
Right.
payroll processing. And what I found in most of those cities is that there are a lot more disadvantages than there are than to contracting it out. You lose some things that you don't get when it's inside, done from inside. And that's the ability to be flexible is one of them, and the ability for different things to happen that we can control on the inside.
A good comparison, I'd like to see a comparison though, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I've talked to ADP before. I think we can get the information. One of the unique things that you find here is that we don't have normal payroll cycles. So when he says it takes a long time, when you get to fire, they don't work just 8-hour days. And so the calculations that go into it, it's not impossible. But I think it's always worthwhile to see what are the outcomes. I think we purchased a software system, and we probably should demonstrate some of the systems to you that create probably one of the cleanest processes I've seen as far as how you do your time and attendance and downloading and having to process it. But I put that down as a goal just to continue to check to see the cost benefits of outsourcing it.
Right.
So I put that down. I have
seen-
that down.
I've seen ADP work before, and I'm just kind of curious how that overlays.
Yes, sir.
Who handles risk management?
We do in HR.
Okay.
So risk management would be liability claims, whether that be to an automobile or property throughout the city. It's also employee relations, and we have 325 employees. From time to time, there are some issues that arise where we have to do investigations. So that's all done internally. And right now, we're only a 2-person shop. We do have a half-time paid internship position. It's not filled currently. And we are adding one position, an administrative assistant, to take away some of the lower level HR related work off of our plate so we can do more of the high level administrative functions next year.
And I asked because when I was looking at the material, I didn't see it. And so that's why I asked the question.
Thank you, yes.
I'm looking at
I
it
should have
again.
added that, yes. That's all handled within HR.
This is one of those areas when we talk about our leanness that we find ourselves, we could be in trouble at times just because it's a 2-man shop or 2-man and woman shop, and we have 1 woman out right now. And so if both are out, we're in trouble, and we're gonna be looking toward help. Now, we have people who have familiarity with doing it, can keep the functions going, and so we just wanna shore up that area. And as you hear the responsibilities, as you mentioned, he left risk management out. There are all sorts of other in-between things that not necessarily make this list that still fall on HR. Your director is actually processing your payroll
Correct.
for the staff, so that says a lot about our
Right.
organization.
We delineate a lot of the work between Katie and myself, so we're kind of in silos, but we both know how to do everything should we need to. And then as the city manager stated, my general list is out for the last couple of weeks, so I'm handling all of the functions myself. Yes, sir.
So in terms of organizational-wide safety programs, is that the purview of each department, or do you all get involved with that?
We really don't get too involved with it. We're not covered under OSHA or anything like that, but I think that primarily in public safety, those are handled internally. And I think most departments handle that internally, but we would certainly step in if need be.
I ask because that's one of the things that help somewhat in mitigating workers' compensation. So, that's why.
True, yeah, that would definitely fall under risk management.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions before I go on? Okay, so what's included in the budget is my HR generalist. I put in for a reclassification, and that was approved to be reclassed to an HR manager. Ultimately, I would have liked to have had that be an assistant director, and I wanted that because of succession planning. Right now, as the city manager stated, if one of us goes out, specifically if I would, then there's a lot of duties and responsibilities that the HR generalist or manager cannot do because it's not within her job description. So if I would be elevated to an assistant director position, there's a lot more high-level functions that I could add to her position that would ensure continuity of the workflow. But at least she is being upgraded to a manager, so she can take on more responsibilities from that level, just not as many as I had hoped.
Show me the difference on salary.
So she'll be making 68 as a manager, and it may be 80s as an assistant director, somewhere in that range. So that's what's included, and also should be what's not included. And then also we are getting a shared administrative position, as I stated, and this will be shared with the administrator of communication and marketing, because we share an office space, so it'll be helping Alex with some, marketing, and we're hopefully going to get a bilingual person that can help him translate and interpret things into Spanish for us. So that'll be a great help, and that should be added mid-budget year for both of us. And we're adding the introduction of a citywide training program for employees. We're going to call it City University or City U. And this will be for training and development. Say, for example, somebody is an employee and they elevate to a supervisor. A lot of times those people don't have the skill sets that are needed to step up, not only to be a supervisor, but then to supervise people that were their peers. So we want to make sure that it's a robust, comprehensive training program. And we do have a learning management system, an LMS, that's an online training device. I ultimately would like more money to be able to bring in trainers in the real time to train people in customer service and supervisory training, live classroom settings. So that's just something that there's a constraint from just not having the economic means right now.
Currently, you said you're doing that right now? You're still?
Yes. But we're going to roll out a greater program for this fiscal year.
So what are can you just talk about some of the more specific costs involved in that, the City U?
So right now for the online training, it's $5,000 fee for the software. And we also, you all might be familiar with our Leadership Academy. We have that for employees who want to step up into leadership roles. We pay about $12,000 a year for an external consultant to come in and help us not only with these emerging leaders, but also he trains the executive team and he trains supervisors throughout the city as well. It would probably be another 10,000 plus more, Councilman, to get trainers to come in and alive. And I think $10,000 is probably a low estimate.
Yeah, the trainers generally cost.
One program could be 10,000.
About a 4-hour session will cost about $3,000 with the supplies and everything. A lot of companies, like SGR has a training academy, and I know they were about between $1,500 to $3,000 for a session, and they charge per person, and so it could be $300. But the access that you get to it is we've got an employee group that we've got to figure out ways of doing it, and so as we start to in-house develop some of these opportunities, we can actually start to get our employees where they're actually filling in and training on the areas. So, and that's one of the hopes when we start to look at our long-term planning.
And to get somebody in-house to train, it wouldn't just be for one session because we do have employees that are on shifts. The firefighters are on one, off two, so we'd have to have multiple sessions, and as the city manager stated, that would incur more costs.
And I'm sorry, did you say we already paid the $12,000 for executive?
Yeah, so that's been in our budget, it continues to be in our budget, as does the $5,000 for the learning management software. And through that learning management software, all employees take the Title VII courses that are required by the federal government, and no harassment, discrimination, all of those courses that we need to make sure that our employees are taking on an annual basis. So what's not included is, like I said, some funding for more training. TMRS, which is our retirement system. It's been several years since we've had an ad hoc updated service credit or a COLA for the retirees. For those of you who have been on council for a while, you may remember we presented this in the past, and to do an ad hoc, which would be a one-time change to the updated service credit and COLA, it would be several $100,000 because we stopped the repeating aspect of that in 2009 maybe. So had we have not stopped it being generated automatically every year, we wouldn't have to pay such a hefty one-time fee to catch up. But because we would do it on a one-time basis, it cost more. And you can't really do them maybe every 3 to 5 years. We're on that window now, would be the time to do it, but it was just something that couldn't fit in the budget. And as a retiree, you know what I'm talking about. And as a former employee.
I have to recuse myself.
And the last thing that was not included that I was interested in was a pay and classification study. This could be something that could cost anywhere between $200,000 and $400,000. You have to get an external company to come in. They look at each and every one of your positions. They look at the job descriptions. They do desk audits with certain positions, and they want to make sure that the positions are classified correctly from an FLSA standpoint, whether it be exempt or non-exempt. And they're also looking to see. They do a comprehensive salary study with other cities to make sure that we are in line from a pay and class standpoint with what other cities, benchmark cities are. So that's something that we haven't done 2014 maybe, 13, 14. And usually every 8 to 10 years you should do one of these.
Tom, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of in that area. What's the general feeling with the best Southwest cities about what little extra it takes to try to get people to come down this way to come to work in our cities? It seems like that has been a challenge in the past.
It's been a challenge for certain positions, not for all. When you look at maintenance workers, that's a challenge for all cities right now. And actually, the city manager had some wonderful ideas of how to recruit for that. We do have some monies that we're going to try to put up billboards in, like down in Waxahachie or somewhere to get, we don't want to put them here because people here aren't interested, so we want to put them in outlying areas to draw them here. Police and fire, we've been very lucky lately. We've gotten fewer numbers applying and taking our tests, but the departments have been able to fill the positions with qualified candidates. But in terms of the salary for police and fire, we're still very competitive. But if we don't continue to be competitive, then obviously we're not going to be able to attract and or retain those employees.
And a tie-into it is our biggest challenge is, as we are talking about doing a 2%, and you have Lancaster doing a 4%, and you have DeSoto doing a 3%, and we're all trying to catch up. But we're still kind of just competing with ourselves.
Right.
And so part of our challenge is it is a employees market. As I'm a person, I can jump from here to here and get 3% more, and to us it may not be, but it's not much of a quality of life difference in going from place to place. And so that's where we're trying to compete. And talking to the city manager from Lancaster, and she said, she's trying to get her folks up. And it's as soon as you kind of move that bar up, well, the city next to you says, oh, they raised theirs up, I gotta raise mine. So we're just chasing our tail over and over again. And so I would love to see where we could all come together mutually and talk about kind of creating some cooperative spirits when it comes to this, because this is a challenge.
Now, we're talking strictly salary, or you're talking about overall package? The package to me is different than the one you offer just salary.
Well, generally from a package standpoint, it's about our health coverage. I know that there are some cities that still offer 100% health coverage pay. What's the quality, what's the cost for health care coverage? But then it gets back to when I met with staff, the number one conversation was, we have long-term employees. So you have mobility versus stability, we have stability. So our folks are focused on what does my future look like when I retire, because they come here to stay. There are not many cities, and when I talk to them, we have one vacancy in police, and I don't think we have any left in fire right now. That is very, very unusual. But our folks come and then they stay. And they stay for a lot. They sometimes stay for salary, they sometimes stay for the quality of the place they work, but they also are looking at your benefit structure. We have a good benefit structure.
Me too.
So that's there.
Well, that's why I was asking about the total package, because when I was on the managing side, we always have team members to look and say, yes, you may get salary here, but when you look at the total
How much I'm paying for health insurance.
package, that's the big comparison there as well.
We happen to have two options for healthcare. The high deductible plan is only $5 of biweekly pay for their premiums for an employee only. So we are really competitive from a health benefit perspective, and we've been able to keep the premium rates down for the last 3 years now, either down or this year, it's actually a reduction for the city, but not for the employee. So I don't know what our counterparts are doing because I don't know their experience within their employees, but we're just trying to be as creative as we can from recognizing employees more, doing any kind of internal kind of promotional, programs where they feel like they want to stay, whether it be recognition or an engaged wellness program, something just to be more of a carrot, because it's just people aren't out there right now seeking these jobs. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My question really goes back to the retirement system and the updated service credits. And are we the only city that?
We are one of the few cities that is not a repeating city, meaning we don't do it every year. So we are one of the very small group of cities.
Right. So how much would that go towards retention as well?
If we went to repeating, it would be way over $1 million.
Right.
If we did a one-time one again, like I said, it would be several $100,000.
Right. And I know there's guidelines of how much you can do and stuff, but.
And does everybody know what the updated service credit means? That would be like if an employee started as a maintenance worker and they worked their way up to be the assistant director of the department, their retirement isn't really going to be impacted by their elevation within the system because we're not doing an updated service credit. Whereas if we did that, it would allow the calculation that their actuarial is used at TMRS to inflate their retirement for when they do retire. And then the COLA is just the cost of living adjustment that retirees would get should there have been a cost of living in their favor from when they retired until now. Sometimes it could actually not go in their favor, but for the most time it does.
So as we start to look at this, just to kind of close out some of what you said, is that when you saw we talked about performance measurement system, or performance management system, is we've talked about COLAs, but we haven't talked about pay for performance and looking at giving increases based on your performance. And that's one of the things that I'd like us to look at as we move to the next fiscal year, is where we're still looking. We understand we have to do cost of living adjustments, but I would like to reward good work.
Good.
And so as we look at our evaluation systems, that is going to be one of the things that I want to focus on, and one of the things I'd like to recommend to council is that we do start to reward people based on their performance, not just cost of living. So.
And some of our best Southwest cities do that currently. Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, Council. Tracy Beekman, I'm the IT Director. This coming year, you will see that we did go up in our annual budget. A lot of that has to do with the changes that we made for remote distance. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I apologize. A lot of those changes are for adding Zoom and the Ring Central telephone systems, more capabilities for being remote if we need to be. Our program highlights, we're doing user support services. We are responsible in the IT department for providing assistance to all the city staff throughout the city. We're in charge of IT security, so we're defining, communicating, and we're enforcing all of our technology-related policies and standards. Application management, you've heard ERP mentioned a couple times. That's our electronic resource planning system, MUNIS, as y'all might know of that. So we provide all the support for that as well. Network administration, that is the backbone, that's how all of the buildings throughout our city communicate, get information, get to the internet. We provide all the support for that. And then lastly, we take care of all of our IT procurement. So everything that is technology related is purchased through the IT department.
So while we're there, can you talk about our telephones technology? I know we just recently updated that, 2 years ago? Or a year ago?
We actually did it, it was last year, back in November. We moved to a solution called Ring Central. It is a cloud PBX solution. We literally now have our desktop phone on our cell phones. So I can answer my cell phone or my desk phone from anywhere with this. With Ring Central, there's also the capability of, if, say we had to vacate this building, somebody could literally pick their phone up off their desk. As long as they have an internet connection and power to their phone, they can answer that phone just like they're sitting at their desk.
Is there an option when that phone is answered to say the city of Duncanville? Because when I'm hearing it, I hear it from, I would think Greg's phone. But any other phone when I'm calling the city, I don't know I'm calling a city, it tells me I'm calling a person. So is there an option there to kind of tell us that we're calling an organization, this is the city of Duncanville, and then tell me the person? Or is that limited to that they can't do that? Well, I shouldn't say, because I hear Greg's phone doing it, but.
No, it can, it can, it's just gonna depend on how the person set up their voicemail.
So
So the
City
answer
manager,
to
can
your
you help?
question is, when we start talking about customer service and talking about the customer service program is coming up with standard greetings and standard platforms in which people, and so we are looking at that. What's your email? He's gonna talk about it even on your email. We're gonna take control of what's at the bottom of your email and making sure that those are consistent. And so we hear you, and we will focus on making sure that there is a standardized greeting for phones.
And that's pretty simple, we don't have to wait until,
We hear you.
but I'm sorry, but it's working in Greg's phone. Why is it working on Greg's phone?
Because Greg is, and Mr. Ramey,
Yes.
because he put it that way.
So
So we've given a lot of flexibility and freedom to people. So this all happened during COVID. And so now it's time for us to get back into the professional lane. And so we just have to set it up that way. We give people a lot of freedom to put whatever and how you do it. There's not a standard document that goes out. We've done some standardization when it comes to our labels, but we've got to standardize some other stuff. And so she'll be in charge of that part of it.
Well, with Ring Central, you actually, so you know how typically whenever you call somebody, you just hear the ringing in the background. With Ring Central, there's the ability to have music playing, there's the ability to have a message that is playing, and until you get to either an answer or that voicemail, so.
I just want to know I called Duncanville.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Mohammed, she'll get them in line.
And it sounds like we're gonna be making some adjustments there. Yes, sir.
Tracy, not to get too far off of where you're at right now, but how many employees do you have in the department?
It's just 4 of us.
Okay, it's 4, and what do the other 3, what are their roles?
There is Jesse, he's the IT manager, he's the second in command, so he's there for, in case I go out, he's the one that will take charge. I have Aaron, he is my information technology specialist 2, also my systems administrator. So he's the one that takes care of all the servers and software and things like that. And then we have Tori Mitchell, he is our IT specialist. He generally handles most of our help desk tickets and those things. So, and Jesse actually handles, the IT manager handles all of our network stuff.
So you feel comfortable with the staffing that you have right now?
We could always use more. We do get snowed under quite a bit right now, but we make do with what we have as we have to.
Speaking on his behalf, what I think is missing in his office is a dedicated project management, project director. We've got so many IT-based projects going on and things that need to go on. When you're doing day-to-day operations management, we're missing that. So, for example, rolling out Munis. It's actually happening at the finance department, but there's a communication between it, the utility billing software. And so we are rocking and rolling and doing a lot of stuff, but having a trained project manager who's focusing on implementing those systems. For example, we're gonna be rolling out our P25. That's a software application. All of these software-based systems, having a dedicated person for his office that is just a project manager that deals with the projects, I think will be very valuable and something that we will have to look at, because we are doing too much. And the reality is it's not a one time, because when you do projects, you implement the projects, but then you gotta do upgrades to the project. And they're kind of shuffling trying to get these things done.
And that's actually me that handles all that right now. So, yes, sir.
Mr. Beaton, could you address security issues, because that's one of the biggest things happening right now. We've had other cities that have been paralyzed, I guess, from that. So could you address the security issues and what we've done, or what we're doing, or what we'll be doing?
Actually, what we have done, we're actually pretty set with what we have. We're always looking at new solutions to make sure we do have the best, but we do have intrusion detection, intrusion prevention that sits on the periphery of our network. We have one of the best in class next generation firewalls. We actually have two of them. It's a high availability pair that we have. Sorry, I get quiet. And then we also use CrowdStrike. It's a next gen, and for lack of a better term, antivirus that runs on our systems. It keeps us pretty protected. We have been fortunate enough to not have any issues. And I will leave it at that. I don't want to say too much about the security practices that we actually have in place. So
There's a lot of compliance training too,
we do have compliance training, yes.
and phishing email,
not just-
text.
But not just this, but even when we were discussing before, it just seems like there's more pressures that are being put on cities in terms of administrative and making sure you're doing things, and I think really that all needs to be kind of addressed. And I think when I'm looking at what's not included, a lot of times that's what it is. It's not being included.
We're making steps, so we're trying to get caught up on on a few things. But we have made accommodations for House Bill 3834, which is the cybersecurity training that was made in that state. Senate Bill 944, that's text communications and being able to archive those. So that bill mandates that even text messages on your cell phones have to be archived. And to alleviate staff from having to take snapshots of all their text messages and storing them somewhere, we're using a system called Telemessage that will actually just kind of archive those texts as it's happening in life. Those are some of the major steps that we're doing. So I think we probably could make some improvements along those lines, but we're doing pretty well with what we have. So we're constantly monitoring what's out there and what's available to make sure we are using what's the best for us.
Are we okay with technology wise when it comes to our boards being recorded and those types of things? Are we okay there?
We are. So I don't know if you remember, we pay for most of the technology that we put in here specific for our PEG channel is paid for by the PEG fund. It's basically a franchise fee that gets paid to us by AT&T and Charter. We can use that for capital project improvements, and that's it. So all this stuff in here right now is actually done with CARES Act. But the initial stuff that you have out here in council chambers is a PEG fund.
But we move outside this building, and we have meetings, board meetings, the library, we're dead then, right?
We will, to a certain extent. We have a traveling production system that we can use and we have used in the past. I'm also actually looking to make some improvements to that system for, it's actually electronic voting and it's done in the cloud. So City Secretary and I are going to be having some conversations next week about a new agenda management tool that includes electronic voting that actually will travel. So you can use it on your iPads.
All right, thank you.
So we're looking to do that as well. Okay, so included in our budget, as I said, Ring Central, we did go to that. So that is a new expense that will be coming into this year. Docusign. Docusign was actually, that's used in the court right now, but we expanded it. We're hoping to move that into utility billing or any of the other departments that feel a need to use that. Tyler Technology Planned Annual Continuing Education is a new one for us. That's where we get 9 days a year with Tyler to come out, or actually we signed up for remote training. They'll actually come out and they will retrain us on modules or any changes or anything like that to our Munis or InterGov or Enterprise Asset Management systems that we have out there. This year, this new coming year, we're going to be doing the Rapid Security Assessment. We did one a couple of years ago. That's where we have a third-party vendor that comes in and they do penetration testing on our network. They take a look at all of our processes. They do some social engagement or social engineering with staff and see if they can hack our network and break in and tell us what's wrong. So that's basically what that's going to be. And then we are also going to be installing some cameras at Lakeside Park. Those will be all over the park. It gives visibility to the park to our police department, our fire department, and our parks director if he needs any access to that. Included in that is the license plate reader cameras that will be monitored by police departments. So basically if somebody that is on a child offense registry strolls into the park or drives into the park, it'll get flagged.
What kind of money are you talking about for that Tyler Technology plan continue yet?
This guy, it was about 8,000. It's about 8,000 a year, if I remember right, maybe 9,000 a year.
Okay,
So it's not terribly expensive.
But that's, is it spread out for a number of sessions, or what is it?
It is, it's 9 days total. And we can break it up however we want. A lot of the training that we would do may end up being only half a day.
So what's our long range plan of increasing that security camera to other parks?
We do a new one every year. So we're also working with the Public Works Department in their capital improvement projects, or capital improvement project funding, to put them out at all the large parks as well.
And we have that out until what? What date we're looking at? What year we're looking at?
2025, I believe, was the last year that we had it.
So our goal is that we've got to get the cameras, and so as funding becomes available, if we can speed it up, we'll speed it up. And what we're able to, and as we mentioned on here, as we talk about any additional funding coming in place and toward it. And so when we think of cameras, I normally think of just the cameras like we have on our door, but we realize that our parks are a very sensitive security place, and that's where you get to the high-tech extras that we need to tie into it. And so as we can move this forward, if we come back to you mid-year and say, hey, sales tax came in good, that would be a priority for me personally, as I've said to them, is I want cameras in our parks.
And the cameras for the splash pad or for the box program?
I cannot answer that. I don't know. I have
I'll
not had
find
a
out.
conversation about that.
Which one are we doing this year?
This year is Lions Park. We're doing some additional stuff at the field house as well.
Then if not, should you put a note to look back to see, should that allocation then go to the splash pad before it go to Lakeside? Just asking, if it's not already there?
I'll find out.
Okay.
No, that is actually not a conversation I've had with whoever's in charge of that.
We'll look into it, and we'll look and see where we are with the bond funding for it and what we have available, because this may be something we can tie in, so we'll check. Okay.
So I know for the service center, the plan was to use the bond project to do their cameras with access control down there. So what is not in our budget this coming year is the Tyler income. That would be covering our courts, getting them into the ERP family. And then also what is not there is a technology master plan. I'm actually looking to complete that with the American Rescue Plan Act funding. We have the opportunity to expand on our broadband infrastructure within the city, and including that in the technology master plan will help to pay for that.
I think the county, if someone's looking for broadband completely for this whole southern sector, so that may help us overall as well. I know they've had a conversation that the southern sector is missing out on broadband. So I know there's some conversation around getting it more so availability for us, the south side period.
I have a very large plan in mind. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with her about it yet, so I don't know if I should, but so the plan is actually because broadband investment is part of the ARP fund. So we as a city, we can actually provide an internet service to the citizens. So what we would do is we would deploy that fiber into our city to give a provider access to those who are unserved or underserved in our community. My plan is to actually try and work with the school as well as Cedar Hill and DeSoto and see if we can't kind of pool all of our funds together to create a much larger network that would be used by all three cities. It would help with our smart city initiatives, and it would also help with our police and fire and getting them clear and reliable cellular service as they travel throughout those three cities, providing that mutual aid. Yes, sir.
So that almost sounds like some type of enterprise activity. Okay, because I know in California, San Bruno, California. They actually are the cable TV provider for that city.
I know down in Bandera, it's the Bandera Electric Cooperative or electric company down there, which is city-owned. They provide internet service to their citizens. Mount Bellevue, Texas, they provide internet service to their citizens as well. The state kind of ties your hands or tries to tie your hands on that actually, and that's not comfortable with us actually becoming a provider. I don't want to be in trouble with the state myself. There are ways around it. We could play on words because they actually call out telecommunications whenever they're talking about prohibiting the city from doing something like that. But our term is broadband, which is different.
You stepped out, I was saying that the county, if you could talk back with the county and see where they are with broadband completely for this whole area. I know they talked about trying to increase that overall, because they know, I think what I heard was, even though it tells us we have 5K in this area, we don't have 5K. Our phones will read 5K, so I know the county is working on that from an area standpoint, so if you'll talk with them, they'll give more information.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from me?
Alex?
Hi.
You are, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex Hamby, and as you will see on here, sort of changed the name of the department from Public Information Office to Communications and Marketing. With a conversation, or through a conversation with Aretha, I really wanted to change my mission statement from within that office. Not just communicating the facts and the information to people, but also promoting the city, doing marketing, really helping, working with economic development to, be part of their team, help them out in doing positive promotion for the city. This will not impede any of my current tasks, which include I am your main social media person. I am the person who does your weekly email newsletter. I do your printed newsletter, so I pull together the information from different departments, get that all into the printed newsletter and to press and in your envelopes on time. I also, this video, tomorrow, I will start editing this to post to YouTube and making sure that the public has a chance to see each one of your meetings. I not only edit them so that it's got an intro, it's got an exit, but also I take the agenda and make sure that each one of the items is timestamp linked with supporting information links so people can go to YouTube and they can get these videos, your videos, and be very much informed by them. I do your media releases, I do the website management. So a lot of the communication that comes through the city is going to wind up at some point or another going through my desk, through my computer at some point. Yes, sir.
Okay, so great. I love the social media piece for sure. I love the newsletter piece for sure, all of it. So great job there. How do we reach, or how do you propose that we reach those non-social media citizens that we're missing, who's not there? Any parts of this highlight that you're gonna talk about later for that?
Social media?
Outside of social media.
Yeah, outside of social media. So one of my goals is always, what are the ways that I can reach people who are not currently being reached? So be that it is, one of my ideas is to work with Timothy Hamilton at Parks and see if we can get some boxes that I've already gotten delivered in the parks that we can put the newsletters in. Because the newsletters are always going to have those key pieces of information that we want to make sure are going to people right in their hands. But some people might not even realize or might not pay attention, might throw that away as they're going through their utility bill. So I'm looking for options like that. Of course, we do have the LED board out front that we do major key items, but I know that I do realize that that's just one intersection. We're doing press releases for the big things, making sure that we're working with our, the Focus Daily News and other media resources. So I am looking for any option, and I'm also open to any suggestion for ways to get more eyes on our content.
So because of that, and this is costly, but I just asking and throwing it out. I know that we insert the newsletter into the water bill.
Mm-hmm.
And before being up to date of opening the water bill, for those who's not doing it, it would cost us more. But having that a direct mail piece versus putting in that water bill, we may get more readers that way versus putting in the water bill for those who are not even opening that water bill. And Lord knows if we're online, you're definitely not, I know it pops up online.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying direct mail piece may help with communication, which I feel is one of our opportunities in getting information to citizens.
In a perfect world, people are going through our website in order to pay their utility bill, and we do see a lot of traffic, which is people landing on the main site to get to their utility bill. So that is another place where we are capturing eyes. But that is definitely something I can research, look at the cost at, doing direct mail pieces rather than doing the utility bill. But it is a huge cost savings to do it that way, because we're not paying the postage on the 12,000 pieces that go out each month. And I do know that people are paying attention, because I will have people come to the front desk and they will interact with me, they will give me their feedback about the newsletters that they're getting. So I do know that people are getting their eyes on them. People ask questions. For example, what are the mosquito ducks? The mosquito ducks. We're almost out of them this year. So that was a combination of the printed newsletter, the email newsletter, and social media posts. So I know that I'm catching people's eyes. I just want all of them. That's the goal, is to get everybody's eyes. The other thing that I do is website management. So I am dealing with the current website. The current website, which is not correctly branded because it still has the old branding with the new logo. So one of the things that is going to wind up affecting this from here to down here, creating the cost savings, is upgrading the website. That is intended to be started before the end of next month, as far as the process. By the beginning or early on in fiscal year 22, we should have a new website launched. Year-to-year savings we're gonna have year-to-year savings as far as.
You said the process, what is the process?
There's going to be, so we have to go through a design. We have to go through basically a design process. We're going to take data from our analytics, figure out how people use the website by basically the behavior that they've already been using it, organize it in a way that it works better for people who are visiting, not for us, but people who are actually going to interact with the website by using data that we already have. So we're going to go through a design process the same way you would whether you were designing a magazine or a logo or anything that is involving graphics, words, things like that. Then we will go through a construction process of making sure that it is organized in a way that does, again, take advantage of those analytics, and so that people can find the information that they're looking for.
One more thing. I've asked here in some other settings, are you a one-person operation?
But with me, you have somebody who can deal with social media, deal with the website, do graphic design, some writing,
Answer
so.
yes.
Yes.
Once again, yes. And
Yes.
that's-
Well, and I'm still going to say this, and I'm not being critical of I think that I understand now why, with all these things you're talking about that you're doing. But I see oftentimes there's information, really outdated information on our website. It hasn't been very current since I started looking more closely while I was running for office. And I'm not trying to put a blame on you, because it sounds like that's not a one-man operation. It sounds like there's.
The website there's multiple people who actually are involved with the website.
I'm talking about your whole department.
Yeah, well, as far as overall, I am my department.
Yeah.
Some departments do interact with their portions of the website, but overall, it's my baby. So that is definitely my responsibility.
And once again, he's being humble to say that there is a need for help. Once again, if Kristen may back him up. I think when I first got here, you were out. But the reality is that that's part of the position that we're budgeting now with HR to assist. But I will start talking to you guys about what does our long-term look like, because the reason we're having this conversation today is I didn't feel that there's been an in-depth look into what's being done and how many people are doing it. And so they're better than any team I've ever seen in being humble and not screaming that, oh my God, I can't keep going. But that's a lot. And a website rollout plus all of what he just said is a lot for one person.
That's what I'm getting
It's a
at.
lot.
And I wanna see this refreshing of our website.
Yes.
And along with that, keep it a little more current than what I've seen. I think the public expects to see the most current information on there.
Yes.
And that's not what we've been seeing. So I hope you get the help.
It is, you know, and it's also a department where priorities shift on a dime. Something can happen within the city, and today's project I walked in, it was my big priority, that this is what I'm gonna do, shifts on a dime. And this is the thing that I now have to do, and everything gets moved forward. But that is the nature of this particular office, is that news happens and it has to be, you know, it has to be dealt with.
So this is the perfect place for a good intern.
So Alex, I was gonna try to wait for you to finish your presentation,
No,
right? But since Greg already jumped way out there, because I saw what's included in the budget, a shared administrative assistant. It sounds like that's someone coming from another department. Or that's
It's
a
gonna be
new-
shared, it's a new position between HR and a public information office or communication and marketing office.
So that's not referring to an added individual.
This will be a brand new position created,
Okay, so.
Yes. brand new position, administrative.
Okay, because it said on the proposed still that there's one person from personnel. So
We listed the person under HR, even though it's shared with HR. So it's charged to HR, but they will share. In the past, Candace served in that role, and so part of what we saw when I got here is Candace, in her role, was the administrative assistant for
The
the city secretary, the human resources department, the public information officer, and IT, and the city manager.
Mhm.
So, I guess, Mr. Koontz, I guess what your question might be is what percentage of that person would go to this department?
No, I was just asking.
Yeah,
Where
it's a
this
new
other person was coming from.
Yes, it is a new person we will be recruiting for.
But to answer that question, that person would probably be 2/3 HR. But I did ask that person be bilingual in written and verbal. It is very important to me that we're communicating with everybody in the city, and that seems to me a crucial element in that. And that they have the ability to back me up on some of the elements with the website, with the social media aspects, so. I didn't ask for a lot in my budget, so last year I carried my predecessor's budget over. And this year was my first year to really put my priorities in place. My biggest one was to redo the website. The website is not responsive, it is not mobile friendly. It is challenging to try to get the things that you want to do on it on any device. That is the reason why this has to be a high priority for this city. It's also not branded correctly, and from a graphic design standpoint, that bugs me. Second thing is to implement a social media management tool. The social media management tool will allow for a lot more collaboration between departments. So we're not going through a process of emailing back and forth. It'll have a publishing calendar, an approval process, and it'll allow all the departments to really work better together. Another element of it is asked for by PD, which is a listening element, and a way to basically hear what's going on in our city. And we can also use that from a sentiment standpoint to see what people are talking about, what they're talking about in the moment, so that we can respond before they're even bringing it, before they're upset about it, we already know what's going on. That's the goal of that. Another element is we're going to be, we've added Surveymonkey. Surveymonkey is going to be another way to directly ask questions from the city, directly to the residents, so that we can get direct feedback. So we can have that as an ongoing monthly project. Ideally, we're already building out one for PD, an upcoming project with that. It's going to be going out through Surveymonkey.
Where do you think we are now on telling our story? I think you talked about branding and marketing the city. How do you feel we're standing right now doing that and branding and marketing the city and telling our story more?
I think that we can be in a much better place, and I think that now that Gus and I are working more together, that will be an easier thing to do going forward. But of course, I think that we can be communicating something new every single day, telling some new story every single day. I believe that, I don't know if you're familiar with Humans of New York. We should be more like a professional version of that, telling Duncanville's story every single day.
And can we overdo it?
Yeah, oh yeah, you can absolutely overdo it. But if we're not putting out the information, then we're underdoing it all the time.
Thank you.
Sure.
What would it look like putting on our webpage some kind of video, welcome to Duncanville or something?
So I love that idea of having some sort, you mean just like a default, like playing video all the time?
Well, at least to begin with, yeah, just something, so people go, where is Duncanville? I mean, look it up.
It's called an asset video.
So
that's
we're
fine.
working on that.
That would be a different thing than coming to the website and the first thing you're greeted with is a video. The reason why is ADA compliance. Our website, because of its age, is partially ADA compliant, partially ADA incompliant. Just the older posts, the posts from years ago. This website is not going to allow us, if this is done right, to be ADA incompliant. So like a video that greets you right when you get to the website.
Yeah, asset video as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be part of something that people can interact with, but it won't be like a default, the first thing that you hit. Because again, I wanna make sure that everything that we do is communicating with everybody, that nobody's left out.
And we looked at, is there any idea of what that might cost to produce something like that?
So
It's part of my presentation, but you can talk about it.
in fact, economic development.
Now we've jumped ahead.
That goes back to the link between economic development and communication. And so there are some companies out there, and the way they do it, I had a company to approach me and I did a video like that, and they did it for different areas of the city. They actually go to the city vendors to get sponsors, and so there are ways that they do it where we're not actually paying. So at the credits, you'll see all of the restaurants and businesses at the credit, and that's how they help to pay and fund the video. But it's an introduction to us. We've got to reintroduce Duncanville to the world. And Duncanville has a lot to offer. And so I'm going to hush because Gus gave me a look. He's going to talk about that when he gets up here, so I'm going to be quiet. Yes, Gus.
Is there any other questions I can answer for you?
And just a little, I guess I can ask you this, or I don't know if I ask the city manager this. So it's just you, right? Plus the 2/3 HR, I guess.
Well, it'd be the 1/3.
1/3, okay. It's just you. So I was just looking at the salaries and benefits. It drops almost 10,000.
There's some support from economic development.
Marketing. Yes, so what we've done is, because we've changed the title, and one of the things that economic development talks about is really how do we do marketing? And when we did the interviews, he and I sat on the interviews together, and we got some real good feedback in the interviews, and it talked about our marketing strategy. And we talked about who would lead that, and it's really him. And so it's really tying him closer into economic development. And so we are funding him partially through economic development because he is going to take over managing and facilitating on Gus's behalf a lot of the marketing efforts.
And is that why the services and maintenance also drops?
That's mainly, I think, just his website.
Yeah, because
Contractual services.
the maintenance on the previous website, and that contract has ended, was much more than our current maintenance will be going forward. So we will go through the construction process, the design and construction process of the new website. And then when we're on basically the maintenance agreement, that maintenance agreement will be considerably lower than it was under the previous agreement.
And when did we update it last?
I think you updated it like almost 5 years ago,
Yeah,
if I am
5
not
years ago.
mistaken.
It was 5 years ago.
But the company no longer exists, that holster is.
You're saying why now?
That is not accurate.
What happened to the company?
I never, despite asking for it, never received bid for it. I never received a proposal. We never, he asked, and then I said, please send me something, and there was never any follow-up. But we've also had, these types of websites are just not as reliable as they used to be, especially for what we need.
not user-friendly at all.
Yes, all the websites that we currently have are WordPress websites, and they are, they're challenging. I'm very familiar with them, but they are still challenging in the way that these websites are constructed.
So just one more question, Mark, so, are you gonna be redoing the website, or are we gonna look for another?
No, this company, we're gonna have another company do that.
We signed a contract with a company that's does websites in other city governments that will be doing that, so.
This is a company that's involved with like the managing and operations of 911, the system and everything like that, so.
I have one last question, because I didn't hear you talk about it a lot, but you are the non-civil service side public information officer, is that right?
I'm your communications person, yes, but I am.
You don't like that old word.
Well, it's honestly a little outdated.
Okay, well, look at me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not far behind you.
So you are the person, if we have somebody from a local news channel that comes.
Absolutely, and that's part of, and remember, he came from marketing, and so part of this is we're learning together and we're starting to build it up, and Alex has taken this task. He was actually, I don't think he asked for the task, he was given the task, but he is the person. We're also trying to start centralizing and making sure all communications go through him to ensure that we have a consistent message. And so, for example, if you realize that when we have something that's tragic or something that's happened, we want to make sure before anything goes out to the press, a message goes to each of you, or so that we're communicating. And so he is funneling that and managing that process.
Very good. Thank you.
Anything else?
Good
Okay.
job.
I will hand this off to the awesome Hannah.
Hello, council and city manager and everybody. Hannah Olson, library manager. So we're the library. Usually we're like a line item on the general government page, so it's very exciting that we get to present this year. Here are some highlights. You'll notice here with the pie chart, that gray is our salaries and benefits. The biggest part of what we are at the Duncanville Library is we are the people. And we have a lot of people that come in asking for help, computer help, copier help, sometimes reference help, asking questions, need some tax forms, and all of that. And a huge part of what we do is serve those people in the building. And we also do some other things. Our community and reference services is a big part of that. So we have our, in addition to, we have books, we can help you find things. We also do home delivery. That's a community service that we offer. We have various volunteer positions that come and do programs for us, tech tutors, computer questions. We have a little free pantry that is stocked, there we go, by donations. Part of that is funded through our Food for Fines. They can bring an item and they get their fine waived, and we get food for the pantry, and that does get used a lot. So that's one of our more recent services. We do have programming. Youth programming is a very big one. It has been historically. We are hoping to grow the adult programming as time goes on. One of our recent ones is the Crafters Guild that started up this past Saturday. And of course, books, DVDs. We also have Chromebooks and hotspots, as well as public computers and Wi-Fi, which is a huge part of what libraries offer because it's free and everybody needs to get online. So here are our main things for the budget: PC reservation and printing software. We are replacing the one that we have. We're getting another one that's going to work better for our people that use our public computers and pay their fines. This just happened on August 2nd. We joined our catalogs, library catalog, to the other Best Southwest libraries. That has no direct budget impact, but it is an extension of our interlocal agreements to share our physical materials with all of the citizens. Our book budget remains flat. Books, DVDs, all of our physical materials, that has remained flat for several years. And of course, well, there's been a pandemic and we're public focused, so we didn't make a whole lot of changes this year with everything that's been going on. Two big things that were not included is the circulation supervisor, and I believe I've talked about this before. We have somebody who came in as an adult services person who has switched gears several years ago to circulation supervisor, which would be better served as a separate position, but the funding just hasn't been there. So we keep asking. And programming increases is something we will need to look at in the future. More funding for things, especially as we hopefully come out of the pandemic and back to more regular thing. Typically, if you want to do a really neat program, there is some cost that goes along with that. Any questions?
So bullet point number 2 on what's included in budget. So if I understand what you're saying correctly, if I, being a Duncanville library card holder, come to the library here and the book that I'm looking for is not there, but let's say, for example, DeSoto Library has it, I would be able to access that book at DeSoto's library, or would DeSoto send over the book to us and I can get it from us? How does that work?
As of August 2nd, since we joined the catalogs, we also have arranged an in-house courier service. So yeah, twice a week. If you want a book from DeSoto twice a week, they're gonna bring books, or we have somebody making the rounds to all 4 libraries and taking the books where they were requested to go. And so that's a very brand new thing. We're very excited to start that out, see how it goes. Before, you could check out the book, but you would have to go to DeSoto. So.
Tell me about the, I think you have a private room, the way you have like charts, boards, that they can, erase boards, they can work with on a private basis. Do you have that?
Yes, we have 3 study rooms. They are open again for now. I believe 2 of them have whiteboards. One of them used to be the computer lab. We turned it into a study room because people needed the study room. And it does have a whiteboard, and then the small one that I think was an office at some point is now a study room again. And that has the whiteboard. And then the third one is set up kind of with individual kind of carrels. So, and when we have whiteboards in the actual main library that people can use as well.
Are we missing any technology in the libraries that you'd like to see? Up-to-date technology?
Didn't we get some stuff just now?
Yeah,
This year that we're adding? People counter?
Yeah, we are replacing our old security gates that are just the people counter now. We are going to be getting a people counter, and we can move the security gates. So that is one piece of technology. We are also actually able to get some new computers for the kids to replace some ones that had gone out. So that is a new addition that we were able to do as well. So I think as far as we've been looking forward, again, because of the pandemic and stuff, that's about, yeah, we're about where we want to be as far as how far we've been looking in the current circumstances.
Before the pandemic, how was your library board helping you out? Or what contribution were they making to the library?
I have to say I'm not in those meetings, so I'm speaking secondhand. I believe the director would talk to them and ask them about different policy things or programs, and they would provide advice on that. And of course, they're all very supportive of the library and the services. And so the long-range plan is coming up. You have to redo that every 5 years, and they will be playing a role with that, as they did the last time 5 years ago. So that's.
And then last question on the hours. I know we reduced the hours a little bit. I know you talked about that before.
Yes.
How that impact our services, reducing the hours in the library?
Alright, so we reduced the hours in total by 2. The reason for this is because we changed them. So before we were open Tuesday through Thursday till 9 p.m. Now over years, so I've worked at the library 9 years, and before COVID, almost nobody was in there from 8 to 9 on Tuesday through Thursday, and honestly, very few people were in there on Thursdays at all. And on Saturdays, we were only open till 5. And so what we noticed was people would come in at 3 and 4 and 5 on Saturday, and they'd be like, oh, you're closing. And on Mondays, when we closed at 6, they'd come in at 5:30, and they'd say, oh, you're closing. And so we shifted the hours, and that was something that I believe Julio did talk with the library board about right before the pandemic started. And so now it is Monday through Wednesday, 10 to 8. So we are open later on Mondays and we are not open when nobody is there. And then Thursday through Saturday is 10 to 6. So we added the hour on Saturday. So the net result was negative 2 hours.
Okay.
But it's hours that few people were using. So that's where all that came from.
Thank you. I think in 2019 you had this big fair in the parking lot, right? A library fair, was that? Was that the library or was that?
Quite possibly, yes. Let me think back to them. We have done various large programs. I know a couple of years ago, I think we did one for an anniversary of the building or the library. I forget exactly what, but we've done very large events in the parking lot. We did Boo Bash on our own, and then we partnered with the rec center for a couple of years. We had a summer kickoff a couple of years ago where KERA came out and participated in that as well. Yeah, okay, so I think that was 2019.
Okay.
And even this year, I mean, it was much orders of magnitude smaller, but we did have a summer kickoff with a Kona Ice and about 200 people, I think.
Thank you.
So.
I want to acknowledge Hannah. One of the changes that's in your budget that you'll notice is Hannah's position has been reclassified. She is now the library manager, right? Yes, and that is in support of Julio, who has returned, but he is working remotely with us. And so she's taking on a lot more of the day-to-day operations. And we are, once again, as we see us trying to establish strong number twos in each area, this is an example of it.
Can I ask, this is kind of getting back to the library board. I know that through no one's fault, except COVID in the beginning, but the library board hadn't met, I don't think, in over a year. Is that something we see getting remedied here anytime soon?
Yes, there is a meeting scheduled September 7th, the first Thursday in September. It was going to be August, but the board very graciously agreed to reschedule that for various conflicts. And also, since now we know the status of Julio, maybe he'll be able to make it, maybe not, but now I have the authority to go in and do the director role at that meeting. It makes things smoother, and yeah, unfortunately, February 2020 was the last library board meeting, and that was due to COVID, because the library board, for them, remote meetings didn't seem to work, and also, I mean, we were kind of hunkered down.
Yeah,
But we're starting back up, and
we
so
are
that's
starting back
that's
up.
giving us the flexibility we
We're
need.
starting back up. We are hoping to keep our hours open, but who knows what'll happen with
Thank
the
you.
So,
pandemic.
sorry, I have one or two questions. So in the very back, there's like a display with the dollhouse.
Yes.
And there's a little glass case display. It has some African art instruments. So that's kind of just back in the back where nobody can see it. Has there ever been any talk of displays or similar displays having more visibility or art installations or something more toward the front? It's just when people come in, it's more attractive.
Yes, there has been talk. In fact, we used to have more displays, but we didn't have anybody. We asked for people to, bring their things to put in. We didn't get very many takers, and people didn't really look at them. We have also talked in the past about having stuff in there to hang up art, and maybe in the lobby or in the library, and that just never materialized. And also when we did, again with the display cases, ask for people to bring their art and present it, there just wasn't the interest. So it's always something I think we're open to revisiting as if the interest is there. The two that you're mentioning, I believe, one of them was actually a local museum, and they would use that display case. And then the dollhouse, I'm going to forget his name now, but that's Dr. Dotson. He very graciously donated it. I love it personally. But yeah, I think that was the easiest place to put it, even though it is in the back. Yeah, so we're.
And then I know at some point y'all had mentioned space issues, limitations.
Yes.
So maybe talk about that, and then also there's a patio or something in the back. There's like a little garden space with a fountain. Is there any access to that space whatsoever?
Yeah, so I was not here. Well, yeah, I'm not sure how that garden came about. There is no access from the library building directly into that garden. It is only through the gate at the back of the library. which
Seems
is always
like it'd be
seems,
a nice-
it always seems curious to me, but I don't know how that came about. Space, yes, we could always use more space. People want a lot more study rooms than what we have. The staff is kind of sitting on top of each other. Our program room only fits 47 people, so whenever we do our big programs, we have to rely on the availability of other city spaces that can hold more people. Our shelves are constantly filling up. If you've come to the library over the years, you'll notice we've added some shelves in some areas. Things have moved around. So we're always flexing. We've made a lot of adaptations, like moving the computers out so we could have a study room. On the staff side, we turned a closet into kind of an all-purpose room. But at some point, yeah, we come up against our walls. But that's a very, very big, thing to do any space modifications, so.
And then just one last question. So since we're now on the same system with DeSoto and Cedar Hill, and so I know that they have unlimited renewals. If we were to go to something like that, would that have a major impact on us as far as fees, or is there any reason, are we considering going to that same system?
Well, I think they actually have 24 renewals and we have 2. And a lot of that is because of the observed behavior that we see as we're helping people is if something's not there, they may not think of, oh, I'm gonna put a hold on it. They'll be like, oh, I'll come back later. But yes, as we are partnered with these other libraries, we'll be able to see what happens and adapt accordingly. And sorry, what was the second part of that question?
That was pretty much it.
Yeah, so adapting accordingly.
Oh, well, the other part was just the impact, if we were to go to something like that, would it impact us?
I mean, eventually we would love to go fine free. That is fines in a lot of ways. I mean, as long as you bring the book back within a reasonable period of time, even if it is late, then at that point it's a punitive thing. It can be a barrier for people, especially if you're lower income. And of course, if you have a child and they check out 25 things, and then that adds up pretty quick. So eventually, hopefully we could go fine free, and I'm sure that's a discussion that we can have later. I think Julio may have broached it with previous councils, but at the time it wasn't something they were looking at. We do have the automatic renewals, and that will continue and possibly adjust. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
You ready?
I'll take 5, I don't know.
Okay.
We plan on taking a break at any point. Yeah.
I'm glad you suggested that. I kind of concur at some things.
I was gonna wait till after general government was done, but this is fine.
Okay, break for 5 minutes.
All the time.
The time is 7:58.
Marshal's position. As you see there in this column, we are proposing a reduction in staffing. In 2021, we were authorized a full-time position and a part-time position. So in 21-22, we're proposing to eliminate the part-time position. And obviously that's going to cause a decrease in the amount of general fund money, which is the majority salary and benefits. Some of the program highlights is the city marshal is responsible for serving Class C warrants. If someone receives a citation from a Duncanville police officer, and that person doesn't pay that citation for whatever reason, it goes to warrant. And so our city marshal helps collect those fines and bring that person to justice, if you will. Also, court summons is just a legal notification to appear in court. Provide security during municipal court and bailiff duties. Part of his primary duty is each Wednesday he's assigned to our municipal court. And then the third bullet point is to provide security to city buildings and monitor the panic button system. So we have a panic button here for our employees. If they feel concerned about something, they're able to press that panic button and it goes to our dispatch system. And that dispatch system notifies the police department and our city marshal. What's included in the budget? It's now moved under the direction of the assistant city manager. I think that's a good move. This is a law enforcement position, and obviously with my background, I feel that I'm quite capable of handling this position. What's not included is reestablishment of the second city marshal position. We're going to take a look at that. We're going to evaluate that as the year progresses and determine whether or not we need to increase that going forward. And then the part-time marshal position was really hard to fill. Quite frankly, it probably never should have been a part-time position. It should have been a full-time position. Any questions about the city marshal?
They, in their office, they monitor all the internal.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The closed circuit television system, that's correct. Any other questions?
No, Chief, I don't think, are you finished?
Yes, sir.
You get paid, you don't wanna reduce staff. I'm gonna pay you right now.
Well, you're a good man. You're a good man, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
That's your grant, man.
You get the grant.
Thank you. I'll remember that. All right, so now let's talk about our neighborhood.
Give my buddy.
Let's talk about our neighborhood services unit that we are creating. I don't have to tell you, everybody knows that we are doing our very best to address code compliance issues. And so the city manager has recognized that, and we are creating this this division, if you will, to help address some of the code compliance issues that we have. Right now, we are authorized 4 code compliance officers. We are proposing to increase that by 1.5 positions. We are looking for, if this governing body approves, a neighborhood services manager who will handle the day-to-day management of this position. We will also request what we refer to here as a customer advocate position. We'll talk more about that here momentarily. Provide inspections. Some of the program highlights is provide inspections for multifamily units and support vacant buildings and rental registration programs. Conducts abatement action on unresolved code issues. So another example, if we respond and we get a notice of violation, we issue a citation, nothing is done, and we end up having to have our contractors go out, for example, and maybe mow high grass. Then now that's what we refer to as an abatement action. So we're going to put a lien on the property. We're going to recover that money in the event the property owner sells. So what's included in the budget is we're going to move Public Works to create the new department focused on providing code education and compliance from a citizen-focused approach. Add a part-time customer advocate position to answer phones and direct citizens in the lobby of City Hall. Again, you're going to constantly hear the city manager and I talk about customer service. Every way that we can, we're going to increase customer service. You just heard our library director talk about some of the things that she was doing in the library. That's a major focus of ours. Addition of the neighborhood services manager to oversee the day-to-day operation. What's not included is the 5th position to have 1 per district. That is a goal of ours. If we could have 1 code compliance officer assigned to each of the 5 county districts, that would be great. And that's something that we'll evaluate as we go on and see if we have additional funds to do so. Yes, sir.
So, ACM Brown, you very well stated the significance of this particular initiative, and I want to echo those sentiments because I have heard some horror stories about experiences with code enforcement. So my question is, what does success look like and can it be measured?
The answer to that question is absolutely it can. I will tell you that a big part of my work week is code enforcement issues. And we are going to get code enforcement problems resolved. I can promise that to you. We, as I indicated, we have 4 budgeted positions. One of those positions is a senior code enforcement officer. That's Esther Wright. She spends a great deal of her time with administrative duties. I would estimate that probably 50 to 60% of her work week involves administrative things. So essentially we have 1.5 code enforcement officers handling our entire city, and we recognize that that needs to change. And so when the city manager assigned this responsibility to me, one of my first priorities was to get those positions filled. So last week, on Thursday and Friday, we interviewed candidates, and we made 2 conditional job offers on Monday. Both of those individuals have accepted. So once we do a thorough background check and bring those individuals on board, we will immediately place them in a basic code enforcement training program for 36 hours. We're going to come back and we're going to have them be trained by our code enforcement senior people, and we're going to get them out and we're going to address these issues. And this is not a reflection on Mr. Ramey, who oversaw this initially. He has a full plate, and so I immediately recognize that there needs to be a little closer oversight. The city manager recognized that, and that's why we're asking for this neighborhood services manager's position. It's a lot of work. When we respond, there are processes, there are steps that need to take place. And if you don't follow those steps, when we get to the municipal court, the judge is going to throw it out because we haven't followed those steps. And so we're going to get there, Mayor Pro Tem. There's some areas that we can improve upon. I see that now that it's under my direction. I can assure you we're going to get there. This is very important. We recognize that, and we're going to get it resolved.
Now, you partially answered the next question I was going to ask, and that was when you stated that there's going to be 36 hours of training for the new people that are coming on board. So my question is, will customer service training on a recurring basis be part of how this department operates?
Yes, sir. As the former police chief, customer service was extremely important to me. How we treat our residents, I can't think of anything more important than that. And so a simple answer is yes, it will be. And the city manager and I will monitor that very closely.
Chief, one of the things I want to mention, and how do you monitor how we're interacting with our citizens? One of the things we initially had in the budget but proposed, I believe, for this year is putting body cameras very similar to our police officers on our code. With every conversation, there are 2 people and sometimes more than 2 people involved. By the time they come back to each of us sitting here, we may hear one side, but there's another side. The one thing that a camera gives us is both sides. And so when our staff recognizes there is a mechanism of monitoring and the customer recognizes, then it gives us a clear picture of what has occurred. We do great jobs of taking photos and documenting, but how we talk and behave with individuals and being able to document that is going to help us, and it's going to hold us accountable. And so therefore, when we have those next level conversations of, well, this is how it happened, we can look at the video. And I think that's a tool that I've used in other places that I think will be very valuable as we start to roll out this new role and the customer service program and relationships with our customers and understanding that.
What's your timeline though?
For the cameras?
Yes.
Quickly as possible. I know that we were talking to police.
First quarter, second quarter?
Yeah, we're talking about before the end of the year, I hope. I think there were some questions because police is getting new and they were saying, hey, we have some. So that was what slowed down this process. But my hope is, as we get the new manager on board and we get everybody on board, is that will be part of the new program rollout. I will give you a date as soon as I know for sure.
And another thing is too, I would like a personal request. I think it would be good for me. I'm not gonna speak on behalf of the council, but just like we have quarterly presentations from the other programs as to how they're doing, I would love to hear periodically, twice a year at least, how this program is doing in terms of its rollout.
We've made it an independent, so it would fall in the rotation just like the library and the other departments that we have. So we elevate it.
You mentioned the two new staff members that you brought on. How do you go about making sure that they're qualified, or are they fresh, or you having to retrain them, or they experienced already, or?
No, sir, they're not experienced. I think that was one of the delay in getting people hired. We were looking for experienced people, and I decided not to go that route. We can always get people trained. So they're gonna, first of all, if they pass their background, I'm gonna enroll them in a 36-hour training course that begins on August the 30th in Mesquite, Texas. It ends September the 3rd, so it's a 36-hour course. Secondly, they're going to ride with two veteran, if you will, code compliance officers. And thirdly, I've reached out to a number of my counterparts across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and I have a pre-test, if you will, that lists various violations. And so we're gonna do some proactive things and really preparing them to know what violations look like, how to address those violations, whether it's a city ordinance violation, whether it's a state violation, what's a junk motor vehicle, et cetera, what constitutes high grass, electrical violation, I mean, just the whole 9 yards. And so we're gonna make sure that they're prepared.
So I understand you have to be at some level to educate me more. You have to be at some level to write citation. If they're not at a certain level, they can't write citation.
They have to be licensed, that's correct.
So what's that period of license that these officers, is that after the 36-hour training, or when does that happen?
Yes, sir. Once they complete the 36-hour training course, and we want to certainly give them an opportunity to ride with our two veteran code compliance officers and actually see what's in the field, they could take the test immediately, but in order to help them be successful, we want to give them some training, no different than if you put someone in the police academy before they take the licensing test to become a peace officer. We want to give them appropriate training.
All right, thank you.
Does the county still have the county grant program that provides funds for one of the
Yes.
inspectors?
On CDBG?
Right.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the second thing is similar to what Patrick was saying. I want to make a recommendation that they become members of SEAT. It's a state code enforcement group, and by partnering with them and becoming members with them, you network with code enforcement officers from all over the Metroplex. And there's a lot to be learned by that.
Absolutely.
As long as I was a code enforcement officer, I always learned something when we were in group meetings, that people tried something that was outside the box for me. And I would try it and it would work. But for years I spun my wheels on an issue that I couldn't find a resolution with. But through SEAT and through communications with all these other people with lots of experiences, you'll find out they have a lot of similar experiences, but at the same time they've come up with some different solutions that really assist in growing what you're doing in your city, so that you can become a little more progressive. Because we tend to have learned code enforcement, it was passed on from employees to employees over time. And the
And
only
have
way,
it sometimes get passed over.
yeah, and the only way that you can grow that is, one, you start bringing people from outside that had experiences. But when you're bringing inexperienced people, and this is for the experienced people too, to get in an organization like SEAT, it's a well-established organization here locally, and to get involved in it and network with those folks will really benefit all of them, even the experienced officers.
I agree, that's a form of professional development, and that's very important, absolutely.
And Chief, I'm sorry, one more question about wrapping up into at some point through your presentation, any technology that's needed for the neighborhood services and education process for citizens, how do you compare those two?
Two very good questions. Yes, sir. As I've taken over the unit, I've gotten 2 laptops for our 2 code compliance officers. So that's part of the technology that they currently have. Education for the citizens, I think voluntary compliance is what we all strive for. I think we will eventually be putting some type of education program together, whether that's part of town hall meetings, whether that's something we come in on Saturdays and just meet with individuals. I'm brainstorming, sir. I do want the neighborhood service manager to be a part of what we come up with, but yes, education, that's a very important component. Yes, sir.
Assistant City Manager Brown, one of the things I've always heard is sometimes it seems like we're in silos in terms of the way that we operate. So you might have code one place, building one place, so in that way. So is this designed to really help do that? So how does where does building fit in and other processes fit in with the neighborhood offices?
Good question, sir, and you're correct. Unfortunately, there are times when we work in silos and we shouldn't. The building official is a big component of this. In fact, the building official sat in this very room with myself and our 2 code compliance officers and helped select the 2 individuals that we recently made job offers to. And so they work very closely together. In fact, my goal is to have them work very closely with the police department as well, because quite often when a code compliance officer responds, there could be some heated arguments. And so our police department assisted Ms. Wright this weekend in issuing citations. And so we will all be working much closer together and getting our code compliance issues resolved. Yes, sir.
I have a question about the customer advocate. So I was just trying to visualize what that looks like. It says, this person will answer phones and direct citizens in the lobby. And I'm visualizing like a receptionist type, but is that?
Yes.
Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, one day when you got some free time, come in the lobby and just have a seat and look at people walk through the door wondering, where do I go? Do I go to the west wing? Do I go to the east wing? We want to eliminate that. Again, that's part of the customer service piece. Imagine if someone was sitting in the lobby and say, sir, how can I help you? We're looking for public works. Oh, they're right here.
So it's not something, we wouldn't have to set up a desk or anything?
Yes.
It would, okay.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you go to many city halls, you'll see, we moved away from it because of technology and automation, but my vision for this is it's actually already set up from an IT standpoint that we can put someone out there. We talked about the new phone system. But the number one thing I hear is no one answers the phone. We can't reach anybody. We can't find anybody. And so as we build this, it goes back to his customer service program, and neighborhood services is having a customer advocate, someone to help people to figure out where to go and who you need to talk to.
So you'll create a kiosk out there for
Yes.
that person.
Yes.
And then this is a part-time position, so I guess the peak hours, or because then we wouldn't want people coming in and saying, well, nobody's there. So
we'll get to that point. Hopefully, again, we're trying to determine what our budget looks like. We want to crawl before we walk. But the city manager and I will be evaluating all of the new positions and looking at how much money we have and see where we go from there.
And you may have folks, when you go to the hospital, and I was a candy striper, When you go to the hospital, the folks who greet you aren't hospital employees. They're volunteers, and we've had people to say, I want to come help out. And so one of the challenges I've given to our HR department is to look at what else we can do with our volunteer program. And there may be folks who would like to sit there and assist and do those things, but we're exploring how do you do it at the most cost-effective way and bringing folks in. I served as the city operator for the city of Fort Worth in 1987. My job was just to answer phones and direct people. And unfortunately, we've gotten so far away from it with technology, but everybody doesn't want technology. I want to pick the phone and I want somebody on that phone, and that's what we're trying to create.
And Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I think it's really important for me to just add this, and I'm done. When I was on the other side as a police chief and one of our police officers stopped someone for violating the law, it really didn't matter to me who that person was. You violated the law and you got a citation, you shouldn't have been violating the law. So that's my same philosophy here as over code compliance. If they respond to a prominent citizen's resident and that prominent citizen is in violation, too bad. They need to have it in compliance. That's my philosophy. So if you get a call from a prominent citizen and they're inquiring, well, I got a citation, I'm going to determine what the facts are. And if they're in violation, they need to see the municipal court judge.
Well, quite frankly, if I can comment, I don't have a problem with that. I guess when I talked about earlier what the success looked like, you know, if I could get 5 Robert Browns out there throughout the city, I could sleep at night real good, because I know it would be in good hands. Because you're one of the premier people that I've encountered in this business that knows how to talk to people. And when you are in an initiative like this, where so often you run into situations where you have to say no, it takes a special skill to be able to say no, but say it in such a way that, you know, the person, you know, walks away not necessarily aggrieved. And it's not saying that everybody's going to get their way, but it's just simply just the demeanor and the tone and the approach. I think is very important. You know, I've talked with Greg a number of times and listened to his experience and his philosophy when he was here working, how he approached things. You know, that's the kind of mindset that we need in neighborhood services.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, good evening. So next up is Financial Services Department. So we're going to talk about, this department is made up of your financial services, which is what I call finance administration, which is our responsibility is to see the overall fiscal functions of the city, from paying the invoices to general ledger maintenance to debt issuance and analysis, fiscal policy development, as well as overseeing the annual external audit. In addition, we were charged with oversight of the municipal court operations, as well as the utility billing and customer service divisions. And we also assist with the budget development and any other monitoring of those budgets for the city and any other projects as assigned. So it's all encompassing.
What percentage?
Well, I can't answer. Yes.
Just a quick question. I'm just trying to follow the notebook here. So is this divided into
Okay, I'll tell you.
So-
different sections?
I'll get you there.
Well, the finance administration part of it is all in general fund, that's out of general fund. The utility billing and customer service is in the utility fund, and that's in another section of the book where you'll have it combined. You'll see it in a separate fund, but it's combined with water and wastewater services. But I'm in charge over the utility billing and customer service section. Are you?
So finance administration starts on page 88 for the first section, as you mentioned, in your big book. And then when you move on to municipal court, it is on page 90. Utility billing is funded via the utilities fund, so you'll see when you go to the utility fund, and that starts on utility services. Oh, there we go, page 158.
So, yeah, okay. So in this fiscal year, they adopted a budget with a staff of about 24. And I'll show you in a minute, in the proposed budget is where we went down to 20.9. And I'll show you what that's made up of. So what's included in the budget is we added a buyer position in the purchasing division, and that is to help out our purchasing function because it's manned by one person. And so that's a challenge to take care of all the purchasing functions for the whole city. And we've allocated that function to be funded 40% from general fund and 60% from the utility fund, because part of that buyer's function will be to service the contracts for the utility operation, the field services guys when they are doing water and sewer mains lines and doing that type of work. So that will help to fund that. We also moved the marshal services staff to the neighborhood services division. Our assistant city manager is over that. We also took the budget analyst from this area, and that's not listed here, but we also moved that position to underneath the city manager's position. So we moved the budget analyst and reclassified as a budget administrator. This also includes Munis training for the staff on Munis. That we kind of converted to the system a couple of years ago. But what I find missing is a lot of the staff. We need to keep up to date on a lot of the upgrades on how to use all the functions in the system. And so part of the budget for the IT function had the PACE training in it. That is where we can allow the staff to go to training over certain functions so many hours per year. So that we have included training for that as well as governmental accounting. And then we want to continue the paper reduction reduction efforts in the municipal court. So we'll have to keep file cabinets of records, and that's an ongoing process. They are almost all the way there. So what's not included is the assistant finance director position. We decided not to replace that position this year. So we are evaluating that and looking at it ongoing, but for this budget, it is not included. An additional municipal court clerk, that position was removed after we lost the red light camera district funding. So that's what's not included.
Question.
Yes, sir.
This is probably just more for me, but I hear Munis mentioned a lot. Can you talk about exactly what is that, accounting software, or
Yes.
what is that exactly?
Yes, it's called I think the IT director referred to as ERP software, was Enterprise Resource Planning software. And what that actually refers to is software that has a conglomeration of different functions in it that kind of simulates what a city is made of. Because a city is actually made up of all these departments that are actually separate functions, separate businesses on their own, but in one entity. And so the ERP planning software, the software that we're in charge of, has different modules. The financial software module is what we call Munis, but Munis also has other functions like utility billing. We are in the verge of converting that software. They're in Banner software right now, that's really old. And so they're looking forward to going to the new Munis software, billing software, that give them some more features to it. And also will integrate with the financial general ledger maintenance software that we have right now. So I won't have to worry about doing separate entries of all the records and the deposits from the Banner system into our system, the financial software. So it would just be an integration where the general ledger, the general entry would just appear after they have closed their day. So that's one of the advantages of going to Munis and converting Yes, sir.
No, finish your thought. After you finish your thought, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Because you said one of the advantages of going into Munis.
One of the advantages of going into Munis is that it is an integrated piece of software where a lot of pieces that we don't have to have separate softwares individually, so that all the finances are not, we have to separately so there's more chance for error when you have to separately put stuff into another system from another system. So that's one of the advantages for us.
So the two accountants that are there now, have you had enough of an opportunity to assess if you have enough bandwidth there to maintain the level of reporting?
That's what we're doing right now. That's what I'm doing right now, is evaluating all their procedures and processes and what they're working with, and all of their training and background and what they were, I guess, privy to doing. There were some functions that they were not doing that other sections were doing. So I'm in the process of evaluating all that and see what all those functions really are that may be dispersed among other staff that I'm trying to get a hold of and kind of get my hands around. So right now, as we evaluate that, I'll come back to you and we'll be looking at that in depth with some help from some consultants.
Pardon me, Ms. Atmore,
Yes.
this question actually kind of goes back a little bit, not towards finances, but really, Assistant City Manager Brown, he's I don't see him, but how's Munis gonna work with neighborhood services?
Well, they're in the process of converting to another Intergov. Yeah, so Intergov is another product of Tyler Technologies.
Yeah.
Tyler Technology owns Munis, they own Encode, and Encode is the court system that they are looking at some point evaluating whether they want to go to that. So Tyler Tech is what I call has eaten up a lot of software companies in the last few years. I looked at them about 5 years ago in trying to do a conversion at another city, and they have bought up more smaller software companies, and so they're becoming one big conglomerate. And so you really can't go any place right now, not too many places, that don't have a Tyler Technologies software product that they even bought or that they homegrown inside the organization.
Specifically the smaller cities, and just for you, Mr. Coons, you've probably heard SAP and PeopleSoft and other organizations. This is the equivalent of that at a local government at a smaller, more manageable and more affordable scale. At larger applications in like the city of Dallas, you'll see them on SAP or some of the universities, but this one is really geared toward communities of our size, and it's something that's customizable, but it's something that's easily trained. And it's a company that you're seeing, as you see, they got an app for that. As you mentioned, neighborhood service, there's an app for that. If they don't have it, they will have it, and so that's what we're seeing happening.
So you mentioned a lot, any other technologies, things that you need to up and coming that we think we need to look at for the future?
One of the things I always try to do when I come in is just get a hold of the software you have and make sure the staff understands it and are using all of the features. So before I said there's anything else out there that we could utilize, we need to learn what we got right now. Okay. And so that's one of the things I want to do is just trying to get them adept at the training on Munis and what all it offers and how our system is configured so that we get the best use out of it.
And this is probably more so for me. I'm just wondering, your Bureau of Financial Services Department, how did you connect Financial Services Department to what you're doing? At this,
well, I kind of look at finance. We usually call the finance department, but what do we finance? So financial services encompasses everything because we do a lot. We do from paying bills to issuing debt, the analysis, special projects with
Investments.
Yes, investments, treasury management, cash deposit. Okay. So finance just doesn't explain it to me, and utility billing, municipal court. So finance does not describe all of that. So financial services to me kind of encompasses it all.
Thank you. I was just kind of curious. You just answered my question. Because we hadn't touched heavily on the financial services also over.
I'm also over utility billing and municipal court. And mostly because those are financial functions you know, although the judges run those courts and stuff, but the financial function of that is under my discretion. Any other questions? I think that's it. We move to
We're gonna
pricing.
wait you out and wait till later. I got a question for you, you know, when we talk about these positions, some are futuristic and some are now. Are you running out of room?
Yes. Yes and yes. We are actively engaging and looking at how we can expand. Part of our biggest challenge is we know we need people, but we don't know where we will put those people. And so as we're starting to look at some of the facilities that the city currently owns, we're trying to do some space planning. And that's going to be an important part of this because there is a need for more space. Our police department is in desperate need of more space, but even internally within Public Works, there are some needs there. So as the key is, yes, we need the people, but we really can't have the people until we figure out where we're going to put the people. So.
Hello, Councilman. Bart Stevenson, Director of Parks and Recreation. Also have with me Timothy Hamilton, our Park Superintendent, who will assist with this presentation. What's that?
Assistant Director?
Soon to be Assistant Director as of September 1, that's correct.
Assistant Director.
So we'll talk about our Parks and Recreation area first, and then we'll move into the field house. For fiscal year 22, we are having a slight increase to our general fund, and we'll talk about that in our next slide. We do have some functions that are funded out of the DCEDC. That's primarily beautification efforts to the tune of a little over $200,000. And also some functions out of the solid waste fund, which is related to our litter control. We have two folks dedicated to parks and two folks dedicated to streets and rights of way for our litter control. So we have 17 parks, 244 acres. We have an additional 183 acres of rights of way and entryways that we also maintain. I think it's also important to note we have 13 playgrounds, 2 outdoor basketball courts, a football field, and a whole bunch of other stuff in our parks. And all that's maintained by 13 folks. So they do an incredible amount of work with just 13 people. And the way we are able to accomplish that is we have all of our mowing is done by contract. So everything that you see where city mowers on the streets, in our parks, in our city facilities, that's all done by contractual services. We also have the operation of the Recreation and Senior Center. That also includes all rentals of our facilities, whether it be meeting rooms, the amphitheater, or our pavilions. We have the implementation of our city-sponsored special events. That's an event you're all familiar with, the 4th of July, which we just had. Our next big one is the Boo Bash, concerts in the parks, all the things that we do with special events in-house. And what some folks don't know, we also have a house for coordinating all community special events, meaning that as external groups want to have a special event, whether it be in our parks or in our downtown area or wherever, there's a special event permit process that comes through our department. And then, of course, we have building maintenance, which maintains 7 municipal buildings and, of course, the grounds around it.
Let me ask for you, because
Yes, sir.
on the 17 parks, and you may have to set place from me later, city manager, but on the 17 parks, when you break that out for its financial investment that we've had into 17 parks, how does that balance back out? And is there parks that we need more support to more than the others? Or will we ever see how that balances out?
No, that's a question you asked, I think, recently through an email. We were working on obtaining that information for you to give you more detailed information.
Okay.
But yes, we do have some parks that need more monies in the future than others because we have some one in particular that's undeveloped completely, Quail Run Park. And then we have some others that will just need to be addressed for various other reasons. We have 3 parks that are considered undeveloped, or 2 that are parks that are considered green belts. Those probably never be developed. Those are kind of widened medians on the sides of the road. Oriole Park and Nichols Park. So those won't be addressed, but Quail Run Park needs to be addressed. It's completely undeveloped. And then we have a number of other parks, of course, that we'd like to do improvements over the next few years. Okay. And that's all that's been outlined in the Park Master Plan through a prioritization process that went through the community as well as the City Council and the Park Board.
And you'll bring that back to us later.
Yes, and again, I know you asked a specific question about that here recently. We're working on obtaining that information for you about how much has been spent at each park over the last few years. Okay. So what's included in the budget for our one-time projects fund? I'll let Timothy talk about these two pieces because I will tell you what they are, but I want to make sure he uses the right terminology to help you understand it.
So the Verticutter is a sports field management tool that helps to remove the thatch, to chop up the thatch, and then allow that to be removed so that the fertilizer, your water, and even sunlight will be able to get down to the actual soils that are there. I have learned from our master gardener, Danny Johnson, you don't say dirt, you say soil. Because it's very important what the makeup of that is. And so anything that we can do and all the money that we do spend through fertilization and watering, we want to make sure that we're getting the maximum reward out of that. And so a Verticutter will help tremendously with that. Sports turf has a tendency, it's actually grows in a horizontal manner more than vertical. And so therefore you constantly benefit from cutting those stolons, those growth shoots that are going horizontal because that encourages them to continue to spread and get thicker. The thicker turf you have, the less weeds you have, the more it can withstand the use of it. So that's the Verticutter lowdown.
Perfect, thank you. Also have a zero-turn mower that will help assist us helping do hot spots with mowing, whether it be our parks, our facilities, or our rights, ways, and medians. As you know, recently we went through an issue with lots of rain and it's hard for our contractors to keep up. This will help us in those situations to help out that situation when necessary. Out of our economic development fund, we have a signed banner printer that's going to help us transition a lot of our flyers and banners and posters that we do for our events and programs away from contractual services and allow us to do that in-house. We'll be able to react faster and provide additional marketing pieces for our department. And that will also be able to be used by other departments as well.
So while you're on banners, this is probably not the same type of banner, but the banner that's on Cedar Ridge or the poles that's on Cedar Ridge with the banner going across.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only unique spot that we can hang banners. Are we looking at some point to having that somewhere else around the city as well? Since that's one of the gateways, but it's not the major gateway to the city. Is that something you've talked about in the past?
It was talked about a couple of years ago, and we never really moved forward with it, due to budget considerations. It is something we can certainly talk about again. We have not utilized that sign placement over by the high school recently. Those banners are very costly, and again, we kind of agree with you that that's not the best location to spend dollars, in our opinion, just that one location. Now, if we had two locations, it would probably make it more worthwhile financially to do those big banners across the roadways.
Is that city-owned? Those poles?
It was a joint project between the city and the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a comment, and I don't know if this really fits parks or not, and may not be a board response as opposed to the city manager response, and that is food trucks. It comes and then it goes, and then it comes and then it goes. So will it come and stay sometime soon?
I look back at Gus. That is one of the economic development priorities of looking at how do we manage and how do we start to encourage food trucks. When I did my meet and greet at one of the residents, that was one of the discussions. They have a food truck, and how we can do it, we would like to figure that out.
Well, my thing is, parks is one of the few things in the purview of city business that has opportunities to make money. And so I'm hoping that you and Gus will partnership and brainstorm and think of ways that we can engender some money, or maybe get some public-private partnerships and be able to do some things, because between our limitations as a city in terms of being landlocked and the Abbott's tax cap, it's going. I see a lot of difficulty in trying to do new things in the future, and be able to sustain them. So we have to think of different ways of doing things, and I don't know what they are. But between you and Gus and the staff, there are people who can come up with these avenues and approaches, and would be excited to hear any new ideas.
We are supportive of your comments, and we'll certainly work with Gus on that moving forward. Another portion, another item that's included in the budget from the Economic Development Fund is an additional maintenance worker that's going to be focused on irrigation. This is to address the oncoming Green Ribbon project that will be on US 67. It will also allow us to transition from a more reactive irrigation maintenance stance to a more proactive. That's a lot of irrigation is coming in to our purview with the Green Ribbon project. And I believe that's all drip irrigation because that's required by TxDOT, so that's even more labor intensive to maintain. So, and then the largest increase we have for this fiscal year within this budget is the mowing and maintenance of US 67 as we begin to take over the maintenance of that roadway. Currently, or previously, it had been under the control of TxDOT, which means they mow it once or twice a year. It looks unsightly the rest of the time. We want to make sure this is a gateway to our community and make sure it looks good at all times. Helps us, helps Gus, and it helps our community.
And that's gonna be just a regular annual cost.
It'll be a regular annual cost. We'll add to our contractual maintenance.
Third party.
Third party.
Typically, when they renew annually, what percentage do they raise their costs up?
Probably Timothy for that. We are planning on going out to bid. We had the same contractors now for 3 years. That contract is coming due though after this cycle this year. So we do anticipate going out to bid for this winter.
Exactly. We have not had any increases in the 3 years. It's stayed the same rate. Definitely it's a possibility, and it's something in the contract that says that it has to be a mutual agreement between the two parties.
This is one where I know that there's been a labor demand for them, and so that's been one of the challenges I think we face this year.
They have been facing the same challenges that Public Works and Parks maintenance folks have been faced with here recently with maintenance workers. And so that's been part of the issue with them being able to keep up with our demand.
And so can you talk about that for a few minutes? I'm interested in hearing some more about how that affects us.
Labor shortage?
Yes.
Sure, we have 5 current positions in our department in park maintenance that is open. 1 irrigation, 2 in athletics, 1 in horticulture, and 1 in litter. So
what would be the starting pay for those positions? Can you tell off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, I could not.
At the lowest, it starts at 28,000 entry level for like a litter worker.
So how would that translate per hour?
About 1367,
About
I think.
$14 or so dollars an hour.
Yeah.
14, okay.
Close to 14.
So.
And you see a lot of people moving the starting pay up to 15 an hour just because I was saddened to say, and I think you'll hear this when Public Works walks in here too, is that when you see the signs at Buc-ee's, you can make more starting at Buc-ee's and now McDonald's than you can here. Now, there's the package, as Mr. Cook, but they are even getting more competitive. If you heard the news recently, maybe that was just in California, but they were talking about, it's all over, people like Target and Starbucks are starting to offer educational and college because they are so desperate to get these folks in there. They're doing tuition support and things like that. So we are going to have to look at our total package, and we are going to have to raise those basic dollars. And there's nothing else we can do about it because we're going to have to compete with people that we wouldn't have even thought of ourselves competing with for employees.
Well, no, but now that you open it up, so do we have a lot of employees that's making under $13 an hour?
We have a gamut. You're going to hear it more when you get to the Public Works folks. I'll look while you're here, and I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, can you bring that back to us as a whole, of how many employees are making under that $15 an hour? I'd like to just get back with us as a whole, where we are there.
Okay.
And particularly while we're doing this budget season. So I'm asking before we finalize the budget to get that information and share it back with us.
Mr. Stevens, when I look at the pie chart for Parks and Recreation now, I know like, I'm looking at and 50% of it's salary. So in terms of the organization as a whole, that's the lowest that I've seen percentage towards salary. And I know that contract
mowing is a big reason for that.
Is a big reason for that.
It's a big dollar figure we spend every year for contract mowing.
But is that standard for parks and or
well, it depends
how are we in terms of other parks and recreation?
I think as far as cities that contract mowing, yes, we are in line with those folks. Folks who do their mowing in-house, obviously their internal personnel and salaries and benefits are going to be quite much higher than what ours is because they have the personnel to do those in-house and they're paying those folks. That's the biggest difference, is contract mowing. So what's not included? Obviously, we also went through Winter Storm Uri earlier this year, and that was we all learned a lot from that event. One of the things we learned as an organization through our building maintenance is that the generators for both City Hall and the police department, as well as Fire Station Number 2, is woefully inadequate. And so we need to address those for future emergency concerns by upgrading those 2 units. And while we didn't have the money initially in this budget, we are planning on taking both of those forward and try to fund those through the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA. So we have an aging HVA system in our former library at Eon building. As that building at some point here in the near future hopefully becomes occupied and the HVA system is kicked back into full use, we do anticipate some issues with that as it is nearing its end of its useful life. And we expect that entire system to have to be replaced within the next year or 2 at the latest, and that's about $80,000 cost. We also hear a lot from the community about wanting to increase our community events, our special events, and in particular we're doing large community events like the barbecue and blues and those types of things. In order for that to happen, we really need to have the reestablishment of a position that was taken away back in 2009, 2010. We used to have 3 full-time people operating the rec center, and we currently have 2, and had 2 since that 2009 period. So in order to focus, if we want to bring on additional large special events, we really need an additional recreation person to help with that. And then lastly, again, goes back to the contract mowing. We've had some ongoing discussions on and off about possibly doing athletic field mowing in-house. And so if we were to consider that, we'd have to purchase a reel mower, and it's R-E-E-L, not R-E-A-L, reel mower that they use for athletic turf. And so, and obviously that would require personnel as well. But we anticipate as we go through the bidding process this winter, evaluating that and determine whether it's more cost effective to continue contractually mowing our athletic fields or perhaps bring that in-house. And then we'll address that during the next budget cycle.
Technology and marketing. Any thoughts on what technology is needed in the parks, and including how do we do any updates on marketing?
We have been talking about marketing a lot, and we're trying to address that currently through part-time assistance. We are working towards taking some of our part-time dollars we have allocated for the recreation center and utilizing that for a part-time marketing person. That wouldn't require any additional cost to our budget, but it would address a critical need we feel we have in order to help get our message out about what's going on in our community with Parks and Recreation. So we are working on trying to address that through part-time assistance. As far as technology, we do have a fairly new software system, RecTrack, that we've implemented both at the Recreation Center, the Senior Center, as well as most recently the Field House. So we're all talking and utilizing the same technology. Now, where we are having some issues or concerns, and we've talked to Ms. Adina about this, she kind of alluded to it during her presentation, is that we now need to work on a collaborative effort to get the 2 systems to talk, Munis and RecTrack. And what you have to do is you have to work with both companies to come in and work on a software solution to help them talk to one another. So it helps reduce those human errors that she talked about previously.
And the reason I keep asking about technology to every single director that's coming up is because I'm just hoping in the middle of the budget year that it's not presented back to us that we need technology in the middle of the year, when we have an opportunity to talk about it now. So that's the purpose of me always asking about technology where we are. And then I'm sorry, the last part is keep Duncanville beautiful piece. Is that following your as well?
Yes.
So is there anything in the keep Duncanville beautiful for litter? I know that's Councilman's Kuntz, more so focus for sure. Not that's all of ours, but I like Councilman Kuntz's attention to it. Is there anything that you're looking at that'll help, again, the educational piece on the litter?
We have a in-house, multi-departmental litter control consortium in the works. And we've already met once and come up.
What does that mean?
I know, it's real fancy. We have a committee.
Okay.
We have a committee. So, and so we've already gotten together. We've created a pretty exhaustive list of ideas of what things we can do to help improve our litter situation here in Duncanville. And it's multi-pronged. It's everything from no-cost efforts to just getting the word out, advertising, getting people to recognize that, you know, keep your streets clean, putting together maybe adopt a street program. Things like that are low cost, all the way to moving towards things that are going to cost more dollars, such as moving to the cart system and those types of things. So we're trying to put together a long, exhaustive list of things that we want to bring back to the council for your ideas and thoughts in the very near future.
Now,
That does include more events with Keep Duncanville Beautiful. I know they've already been doing that. They just had an event this past weekend at Waterview Park, so they're working towards that.
no, I was just gonna say, Ms. Atmore just came up and said Tyler Technologies had an app for just about everything. And now in the very next presentation, you put her under the bus. Because apparently Tyler Technologies doesn't have something for you.
Well, when we moved to Rec Track, we did evaluate their software at the time, and it was woefully inadequate.
Yeah.
It didn't even have a membership module for our recreation center. I think since then they've been working on trying to bolster their
You're gonna
efforts.
buy the one you have.
They will probably end up buying Rec Track at some point. You're exactly right. But we did look into it, because we knew the city was going to Tyler Munis at that time, and so we evaluated their service, and it just was not going to work for us.
All right.
In fact, I don't know of anyone in Dallas, Fort Worth, or even maybe in Texas that uses it.
Fair enough.
Can I respond to you real quick?
Yes, you can.
The question you asked me, and it was relating to that, is currently in field positions, we have between the hourly rate of $13.61 an hour and $16.50, we have 15 field positions. Now, your vacancies you're gonna find are in these same positions. And so as we start to talk about it, you're gonna hear this, it affects more so my public works department, utility accountant, meter readers, but those individuals are, my $13.61 an hour are in my custodial, litter maintenance, and meter reading group are all under $15 an hour.
And that may be the challenge of why you're having the challenge of finding people to come to work.
It is.
And if so, I would hope that you would come back to us at some point in this budget period and ask for a recommendation to move anyone from $13 or less than $15 up to a minimum of $15.
Okay. I think it might be included in this presentation, but I'll see what it gets them to.
Because if not, we're gonna be like an employee I saw outside of Starbucks with a sign with his Starbucks uniform on saying, "I only make $10 an hour. I'm not making enough." So I'm not sure if you saw that. He was gonna get fired after they finished that meeting. Still, he had his uniform.
Can we come over here?
And this is serious. This is on Camp Wisdom.
Is
He
he
had
still
a
around?
sign. I'm sure he doesn't work there anymore, but he had a sign that said, "I only make $10 an hour, and it's not enough. I can't feed my family."
Oh, wow.
Okay, well, I think that you're gonna hear a little bit about it, and then we'll go back, and that'll be one area we can look at.
Yeah, I just follow up with what Councilman Cooks was asking about technology. From a park side, we have interest in something along the lines of like Cartograph or some GIS-based type system to be able to inventory what we have in our parks and stuff and be able to keep track of that with both photos and GIS locations. It also would be able to be something that could be uploaded into our website to be able to help the public better understand where things are and what those accommodations are, and they click on it and it would pop up with a nice view of a photo of that. So there's a lot of technology out there that we could move towards in that, but it is quite a bit of money. I think we looked at it last time when some of the initial COVID funding was out there, and it just wasn't going to be able to work in our time frame and stuff. But it could maybe be visited again.
I will tell you also in the future, just from our success story, Hyburn Park, I think 2 years ago, you put the workout equipment in Hyburn Park, and we continue to hear success of how well that has been received by neighbors for wellness. And so I'm hoping that at some point when you talk about future opportunity highlights, that we can include a wellness piece in a lot more of our parks, because it is well received in the Hyburn Park. And that investment for the council, I think, was only $50,000, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere close to that. But it is so well received from a wellness standpoint in parks.
So moving on to the field house, we're proposing for this fiscal year an increase in the field house fund for expenses. But I want you to keep in mind that is returning back to the fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20 levels. So the fiscal year 21, that had the 1.69 million. That's based upon COVID and not knowing what's going to happen. So we're actually going to have to do a budget amendment this year to add additional expenses because we're doing so well. So what does the field house do? They host local, state, and national basketball and volleyball events and tournaments. They have fitness operations, including the dance, boxing, and personal training. We had nearly 400 kids registered for our summer day camp program this past summer, as well as specialty camps. And then we also have rental space for meetings and events, both individual rooms as well as banquet space, and soon to be a new outdoor patio that's going to be an excellent rental space for us to use for banquets and other events.
Hey, Bart, have you all done that boxing event yet?
Yes, it was this past Saturday, and it was a big success. Yes, it was our first real boxing event. We've had some grappling events, some MMA type events, but that was our first true boxing event this past Saturday. We do have a boxing program that works out of the back, so they spearheaded the tournament, the event, and it was a big success. So we're looking forward to doing more of those in the future. What's included in the budget through the Economic Development Fund, we're going to get a PA system that will allow us to address the building as a whole in case there's an emergency. Currently, we have no way of notifying anyone at one time as to what's going on if there was an emergency in the building. In addition, it'll allow us to advertise specials and come get some food and try to, again, upsell the facility while people are there. We'll be resurfacing the wood flooring. Every so often, that was wood floors have to be resurfaced. They strip off the existing covering, wax, and then they replace it, of course. We also have an increase in food and beverage costs, expenses. That we talked about that actually last week at our at the council meeting. And of course, that is due to the increased sales we've seen this past year and we're expecting for next year. And then last thing I just want to say, I know we're not talking about revenues tonight, but I want you to know that we are also budgeting more revenues and expenses for fiscal year 2022. So that's a really important note I need to make. What's not included, and again, this came up again last week, I think Mr. Contreras brought this up. We do have an aging HVA system at the field house. That's something that will have to be addressed in the next several years. It's a very big dollar number. It's about $500,000. So we know it's coming, so we need to start preparing for it and thinking about how we're going to fund that. We currently have a vacant marketing position. When Alex Hamby came up here to the City Hall to be our new PIO, they stole him from us. I'll use the word stole because we certainly value what Alex brought to our team at the field house, and now he's bringing it here at City Hall. Y'all see it.
You called him a PIO?
PIO, Public Information Officer.
Yeah, marketing and communications now.
He's being sarcastic.
Yeah, and so
He's telling you that that's his name.
we're not going to feel that at this time. We're going to continue to watch our revenues over the year, and then if revenues warrant our ability to bring that position back on, we will do so at some point. But it's still in the budget. And then we need to also start thinking about our aging kitchen equipment. Most of that equipment dates back to the Dallas Star Center, the pizza machine, the old Papa John's pizza machine in particular. So we need to start thinking about how we're gonna start replacing that equipment also over the next couple of years.
You sound like you could sell it for antique.
Maybe.
Well, I thought the older equipment made it taste better.
That's true for grills, for sure. Yeah, if we're cooking barbecue, that'd be perfect. And then lastly, we talked about this again at the last meeting, that we need to start thinking about how we're going to address the on-site parking with, I know we're gonna add some millings and improve it this year, per your direction, but then also start thinking about how we're gonna address that permanently here in the future.
Mr. Stevenson, when I see this, because when I think about the field house, you know, the HVAC system, the kitchen equipment, and that kind of stuff, is there, and this might be more of a city manager question, well, but is there like a replacement fund, like we have for vehicles and anything else that kind of go along with this stuff? Because it just seems like constant repairs or replacements for HVAC and kitchen equipment.
Is there a fund? No. What we've been using is fund balance and savings from the year. But we've done a lot of one-time projects. I will say to you, and I have to say that if we could start to utilize a little bit of borrowing for some of the larger capital, it would free up our operating funds. And so as you will see in this budget, we spend a lot of, for example, for the P25, we spend a lot of cash for things that we could actually utilize borrowing for. And so I will say that, yes, we can put funding around, but it takes away from other things. So we've got to really start to think through that process.
Is that something you plan on bringing some proposals to us or some ideas to us?
I think that's part of the discussion Ms. Adina and I have been having with a couple of folks, including our financial advisors, is looking at us. As we talk about our numbers, we're AA. What keeps us from going up higher? We don't issue debt. And it's like saying you have perfect credit, but your credit could actually be better if you just issued something. And so we're using cash, and the problem is, and we'll get to this conversation because yes, I don't have a choice but to bring it back, because when we get to stormwater, you're gonna see there's no money. So we're gonna have to do something.
You pointed me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So, you know, when we moved to Duncanville, one of the first, or when we were looking for places to live, and we drove, I remember driving through Duncanville, and something that made a huge impression on us was the colorful, you know, the beds, and just, I mean, it just made it very, very attractive. We looked, and I noticed, it looks like we spent $13,000 kind of straight across. Y'all ever thought about asking for just a little bit more on that, or is that sufficient for beautification purposes and horticulture?
So, and if you're referring to specifically out of horticulture, or is that in?
It's funded in multiple places.
It is funded
There's a
in
lot
multiple
more than
places.
$13,000
Yes,
spent
there
on
is,
flowers.
there's a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah, out of the actual general fund, it is probably more along those lines, but out of Gus's Economic Development Fund, we do receive a lot more, to the tune of like probably 126. Yes,
Okay.
about 100, yes, yes, sir.
It's the price for beautiful flowers.
Yeah, that's the only way that we're able to achieve that landmark difference that we have here in Duncanville. So, thank you for noticing though and applying that, we appreciate that.
Sorry, one more question. Did I miss, you know, we talked about earlier in the year about generator, getting another generator. Is that somewhere in the budget at all? I mean,
For the facility, or?
no, just for, let's just say the when we had the storm, was that the generator we needed, additional, a larger generator or something to?
Yeah, that was back, and here what's not included, the generators. We do have need a larger generator for this facility, for City Hall and Police Department, as well as Fire Station number 2. And we do anticipate pursuing the purchase of those through the American Rescue Plan Act. Hopefully, coming up very
We
soon.
will have a council meeting to talk to you about the American Rescue Plan Act and the funding. I think we're getting, Jennifer, say the number out loud.
9.6 million.
Oh, cow.
Total. It'll be divided into 2 parts, but we'll be getting in the next couple months.
So we can tear some down and rebuild.
In the next couple of months?
So we have costs these out there. It's roughly for the both. It's roughly $200,000 for both generators.
No. So
Yes, so
what
I
about
believe we should,
2022?
no, we'll be getting it.
The
We
state
actually
is
get it?
working on their applications and on the paper stuff that they're doing right now, in this month, and we're hopeful that they will start paying out, starting September, awarding the money, but again, it's gonna come, we're gonna get 50%, right away, and the other 50% next year.
That's 50% of 9 million.
Yeah, that's a lot.
The other cities over 50,000 have already received their funds.
One thing I noticed on both of your, run back to, on both of yours, Parks and Fieldhouse, you distinguish yourself by having more in the what's not included columns.
They're equal, 4 and 4. I'll make sure, actually, no, I'm glad you brought that up, because I actually noticed that too, to make sure I was even. It's just more words over there.
Are we closer to, is citywide trails still in discussion or?
We do have funding through the 2018 bond program for additional trails. That's something that the park board and the council needs to address as to how we're going to spend that funding. We already have, we had the loop trail currently on the, we put in with that funding. And then I know it was brought up at our last park board meeting by Ms. Farrell that she wanted to perhaps start working.
Not me.
Pardon?
Not me.
Right,
Beth
okay.
Farrell.
Beth Farrell. To perhaps look at what's the next loop trail, or how do we expand upon that. In addition, there's been some other parks that would like to have some trail work done within them. We met with the folks at Quail Run Park. That was one thing that community wanted. It's completely undeveloped now, but the first one thing they said they would like to have, just to start off with, was a loop trail just around that park.
I'm sorry, since the council brought that up, are we getting support from the bike lanes, or are we doing it all internal? Because I noticed that now I've been traveling a little bit more and I'm seeing bike lanes. I'm seeing we have an opportunity to do a little bit more displaying on bike lanes. Is that only internal, or do you use a third party to give you some thoughts on how that should look, and signage and markings on the street?
We've been doing it internal, however, I've been considering trying to look to some consultant assistance on how we make it look consistent throughout the city as we continue to expand that program. There's lots of different ways you can do it. You've probably seen in all the cities you go to, to address that issue. We like to have a nice, clean, consistent look throughout our community as to how those bike lanes look. So everyone really knows when they see them, what they are. Just having the decals on the streets, I'm not sure is enough.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one last question. When's the Princess Tea Party?
When or what?
When?
When?
It is, I don't know the
I
exact
didn't see
date.
it on the schedule, so.
It is in 2022.
Okay.
But that is something, a new program. They tried to bring it on before COVID hit, and that put it on the back burner for a while, but we'll bring it back in 2022.
I'm asking my daughter now. Yes.
She will love it. They had it pretty well planned out before COVID. It was gonna be a really fun event. They had a lot of princesses lined up to come and for picture taking and interacting with the kids, but it will be coming back. So, all right, with that, I think Chief Levigny is next one, please.
Thanks, Mark. Good evening, council. Good evening. So I have with me Interim Assistant Chief Ron Wilcox tonight as well. And tonight we're just going to discuss real briefly some of the police department budget that we proposed for this year's budget. As you can see, over 70%, as would be expected, our employees and our personnel are our most valued asset. Of our funding goes to personnel. Some of the highlights that we have, they're listed here. What we do, as you expect, is we maintain public order and safety. And truly, when we made this up, I was going to put through, because everything else really, that's what we do. That's what we're expected to do. Everything else is a subcategory of that, is how we get it done.
but I didn't want to make the font too small. And it just reduced it, and it just wasn't going to work. So we do that through prevention, detection, enforcement, and investigation of criminal activity. Engaging and educating the community through programs that enhance the listed efforts are our main goal. We also respond, animal control is part of the police department, and we respond to animal complaints, and we also manage, we have a property and evidence room, and we have 10, 20,000 pieces, articles of property that come in and out of that room every year. It's quite a vast undertaking because we have to keep track of case dispositions, laws that pertain to lost property and when they can be abandoned property and turned over to the city. And we have one person working in that whole aspect of our department. So that's quite an endeavor. He does a great job. So what is included thus far in our proposed budget, as we're putting it to you guys here in a few weeks, are 2 additional police officer positions. I put out before, of the 4 cities, the best Southwest cities, ourselves, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, and Lancaster. Currently, we're authorized 60 sworn police officers. Lancaster is authorized 66, and they're probably the closest as population currently stands. Now, they have some room to grow that we don't, but population-wise, they're the closest to us. Cedar Hill is authorized currently 71, but they can overhire by 2 to account for that 10-month lag of when you hire somebody, if they're not certified, to getting them from that date to where they're actively and independently working as an officer on the street. And DeSoto currently has an authorized staffing of 79. My understanding and talking to colleagues over in DeSoto, they expect that to be up to 80 as of October 1st. So just to give you an idea of kind of where we stand there. The drone program, we instituted this in this current fiscal year. We've had some issues kind of getting there as far as getting equipment in a timely fashion because of likely COVID issues. But we're there. If you think about drones, your imagination in law enforcement, I mean, we had a barricaded person just a couple of months ago in one of the apartment complexes where we believed everyone was out of that apartment at the time because we got the suspect, and talking to witnesses, we believe no one else was in that apartment. We still had to check it. Rather than send our SWAT team, and they can do it, they've done it time and time again, but why put them in that position? We can send that drone in there, and they've gotten good enough to where they can fly it even in an apartment building, independent apartment, and has lights on it, and it can see what we would have to otherwise go in and see and clear. Fortunately, we found it. So it's a great program. The Explorer program, first year trying to get, go ahead, sir.
And Chief, and I'm just curious, help me out. So would you say that, would you prefer the drone over the, is it called service animal?
The canine?
Canine?
Well, I mean, that has come up. I think there's some circumstances where the canine is maybe more beneficial. You get down, you get into, even though a lot of them are infrared, they have heat sensing cameras on them. You get into an apron of trees, sometimes it's still not reliable. So you get a canine in there and it may work. The issue with the canine is that's an animal. You have to constantly train. I mean, everybody has to train, but you have to constantly train that canine. I used to be over at Canine when Doug Sisk had a dog. And if you let that dog get lax, it's not going to do what you want it to. So that's a huge endeavor. So I think both of them have independent.
Okay, thank you. But you still got the issue of when you use it for those reasons inside of a building, closed doors.
You do, and, you know, it's not perfect. It's not the perfect solution, but there are some instances. Give you one more, a couple years ago, we had an officer stop somebody on traffic, just a traffic violation, and pulled into a car dealership. And so understand it's summertime, windows are up, air conditioner's going, newer officer. He's trying to keep everything, you know, in front of him, and cars turning into the dealership. And radio traffic's going, whatever. So guy pulls in there, officer walks up to him, has a gun sitting in his lap. Officer backs off and calls for assistance. Guy stays there, nothing happens. We mobilize, and at the time, we didn't have a drone program. DeSoto did. And we got there, I got with the SWAT commander, at the time Chief Brown, I think he was out of town on vacation or something, and my lucky night, I guess. So I got with the SWAT commander, and I said, hey, see if DeSoto can get their drone out, because this guy's, it doesn't seem to be responding to anything. I'd like to get it up there and see before we send people in there. We did that, and I got with the SWAT commander, I said, can you get a flashbang up there? Nobody, I don't care if you know it's coming. You hear a flashbang, you're gonna jump. Guy didn't move. He killed himself. And we saved hours of overtime. So again, the drone program is a great program. We already have it, but we're looking to enhance the way we use it. Again, the Explorer program, it's something that we had many years ago. We haven't had, and we're trying to re-implement it. We want to partner with the school district. We're looking to do that and try to work with them on, Explorer program. First year, we're just looking to kind of get our foot in the door, equip a number, small number of Explorers and train them. And in future years, if hopefully we're successful, maybe we expand that a little bit more and start to bridge with the younger generation who we are, and we're here to help them. And that's the only way we're going to get better as a community is to start communicating with one another. Go ahead, sir.
Now I will compliment you all. It started with now ACM Brown, and it continues with you. I think Duncanville really has an exemplary relationship between its police officers and the community. So I just want to compliment you guys for that. And is the ultimate objective of the Explorer program to try to generate interest in patrolling as a career?
That certainly is an aspect of it. It's a longer term aspect because obviously they can't be police officers till they're 21 in the state of Texas. But the sooner we can get those individuals' attention, those younger individuals, we may be able to bring them into the fold and say, hey, this is a good career, it's a noble career. But it's also to show us as human beings to the younger generation. But certainly.
All right. Now, this next question touches on your first bullet point on what's included in the budget.
Yes.
2 additional police officer positions. And I'm fine with that. However, talk about the park ranger. The park ranger, we established it a few years ago. It worked out well. But I think depending upon our requirements in patrol, the park ranger would come, the park ranger would go. And so what's the status of the park ranger now? And will providing additional staff for you all ensure that the park ranger is more permanent?
Sure. So currently the park ranger is working. He is working the parks.
It used to be a she.
It used to be a she. She's come back to patrol.
Okay.
And now it's a he, Officer Carter. And so he is working the parks. And you are right, excuse me, when our staffing and patrol, because that is our main function, has, gotten dire. We needed to make decisions to move people into that main function, and there have been decisions made to move the park ranger. The more staffing we get, our patrol division should be at least 7 officers per shift, and we have 4. So the more officers we get, the less of a possibility having to move them from the park, from anywhere else. And, we're looking to add a deployment team. We had a deployment team at some point. It was very successful. What the deployment team is used to or for is kind of a bridge between patrol and CID. And will have more of an opportunity to get out there and deal with hotspots, criminal hotspots, and quality of life hotspots, rather than go call to call or have to be sitting behind a desk or going out and taking statements in an investigative type of an issue.
Chief, I'm sorry, in reference to that same bullet point, I know we first talked about the 2 additional officers. We talked about that being not just officers, but patrol officers on the street. Just want to make sure we are still there. When we talk about these 2 officers, these are patrol officers that will be on our streets.
So as staffing goes up in the department, again, our goal is to get our patrol divisions up to 7. We have some divisions that are at 5 right now, and some divisions that are at 6 and 7. But that's the priority. Get them up to 7. You are right. That's our main function. We've got to get personnel and patrol to answer the first call. So that is the goal.
The 2 were added in the patrol division on page 112, page 113. If you see under patrol, that's where the 2 positions were added.
On the patrol?
Yes.
That's my question. Thank you. And we have enough vehicles for them? Is this, when you say 6 or 7, you're talking about on the street at any given time?
So our minimum staffing currently is 6. So understand when you have 7 officers, you've got a sergeant and lieutenant, there's leave time. You have to account that in daily for each individual over the time span of a year. So yeah, our minimum staffing is 6 on a patrol shift at any given time.
Okay, but that doesn't always equate to 6 on the street. And I'm saying when you're fully staffed and nobody's on vacation, there'll be a point where we'll have as many as 6 officers on the street.
There'll be many points you have more than 6 officers.
Okay, but we've got 4. Is that right?
No, we typically have more than 4 on the street currently.
Okay. I'm glad to know that. I always have that number 4 in my head. It's good to know.
So we have four police districts, and those are defined by our CAD and RMS system. So I don't know if that's maybe where you came in.
That might be.
The Cellhawk data and mapping software. So Google and the footprint that we carry on our phones, it's so much more expansive now. It's only going to grow. In our investigations, we find that we need that information more and more to have successful investigations. Cellhawk data, one of the things that we came across in our research of this and was with another local police department. They were investigating a murder, bouncing these cell phones bouncing off towers, and so you got to get that information first, and then in the prosecution process you have to compile it to where you can present it for prosecution. So what happened here was there was a murder in one of these jurisdictions, and they went back. They had somebody that had a college degree in this kind of mapping capability, and they spent over 88 hours just putting all this together on their own for this case. And retrospectively, they went back, used this program, took them 30 minutes. So that's going to be across not only CID, but also there are some ways we can use it for patrol to make us much more efficient. VIN inspections, just wanted to highlight this. two of our personnel began this in, well, September of last year. So we've got an extra month onto the fiscal year. But this fiscal year, as of yesterday, they've generated almost $16,000 of revenue that we didn't have otherwise. Now, it's also a service that they provide, because when somebody brings a vehicle or a trailer in from out of state, they're required, before they can get that registered, to have an officer, and not only an officer, but a specially trained officer. And there's only about 300 of them statewide, 254 counties. We have 2 of them currently. And we can't keep up with the demand. Now, this is a patrol officer and a detective. And they come out of doing detective work or doing patrol, as long as staffing allows, 3 hours a week. And this is what they generated. We're looking at, see if we can get trained 2 more, because the demand is there. Ticket writers, just wanted to highlight, we're no longer needing to budget $2,100 for warranties on those devices, because we use an app now. We have patrol phones, there's an app for that, and we can write the tickets, and we don't have to worry about funding devices that in time, if we had to fund all of them that we currently have, be $25,000. And that's not even counting the warranty, that's just getting the devices. So we've tried to do a good job where we can and being fiscally responsible. Some of the things that are not included that we asked for in this budget is the Lexipol policy software. Now, we have a young department, but even for beyond that, what Lexipol is, Gordon Graham is, an incredible risk management person that's known in policing, and he's even gone further to the fire aspect of things and risk management. But he has put together Lexipol, which offers legal updates on policies and different things. But not only updates, not only keeps those policies, repositories for departments so that they can access them, but daily sends out to personnel tests. So how well do you know the policy? Are you keeping up with the policy? And so it's keeping it on the forefront of their minds. So they're more apt to make the better decisions. We're a young department. We would have liked to have seen that, but maybe we can look at that next year. Additional evidence technician position, as I mentioned earlier, our property and evidence room is quite tasked, and we could use another person there. Again, maybe next year. And the addition of an assistant chief. I'll tell you, in the last 3 or 4 years, in the assistant chief position, it gets very busy. And I'll also tell you, to compare it to the 4 other departments, or 3 other departments I mentioned earlier, given the staffing, the authorized staffing of the whole department that I mentioned earlier, Cedar Hills has 2 assistant positions, 2 assistant chief positions. Lancaster has 2. DeSoto only has 1, as we do, but they have 2 captain positions. So if you take everything from captain on up to include the assistant chief positions, we have about just over 1% of our authorized staffing is in that category. Cedar Hill gets to about 4.3. DeSoto, again, counting the captains, they're about 3.5. And Lancaster is somewhere 3, just over 3. So it's something that's needed just because we're so busy. If you imagine, there's a lot of administration things that go on at the very top, but with the police department, even of our size, in a metropolitan city, something happens on a daily basis just about every day that, yes, we have lieutenants and sergeants that can take care of, but we also have to be in the know and understand what's going on and be involved. So we're constantly just redirecting. That's another position we would have liked to see.
So how is the police department in terms of actual physical space?
We're bursting at the seams. So our crime analyst, a couple years ago, we had to put her in a closet, literally. And I mean, I'd love for you to come over and take a tour. We do the best we can with what we have, but we don't have enough. And when we start adding people, we're gonna need more space. I know there's been discussion on the Eon building, and I know that's still being worked out and still being thought out. We put in a proposal as we've been asked, but we do need space, yes, sir.
So how much more additional space is at Eon as opposed to what you have now?
You know, and I did look at that proposal. I want to say that the email I got from, or the information I got from Bard was a little bit over 8,000 square feet at Eon. Now, understand we do have the jail, and there's about 1,800 square feet there. But we also need to be able to refurbish some of that to make it usable for what we need. You know, our lobby, when you walk into our lobby, it's relatively small. And I mean, when you look at it, we do the best we can with what we have. It looks like a kindergarten bulletin board, quite honestly. You walk into some of these buildings, some of these police departments, interactive. Touch on it, you can get the crime report. Touch on it, you can get information you're looking for. Yes, we should have people that are responsive. And that's another thing. We would like to be able to reimagine that space eventually and put somebody up there that does greet people when they come in, as often as we can put somebody up there, and make it feel like this is my police department. This is where I go for safety. This is where I go for information. And this is where I go when I need to know something. But yes, we need space.
Now, in terms of the resources that you all have allocated for training, are there sufficient resources allocated for training so that all of the patrol officers can continue to experience that capability of training like Officer Luna demonstrated several years ago in Hollywood Park?
Yes, sir. We do have a good training budget. We also get, typically, it's not a guarantee, but we typically do get training funds from the state. They're called LEOS funds.
LEOS, yeah.
So we do have a good training budget, and we appreciate that. And you know, we have leveraged some online training, Police One, and they provide us that avenue when we maybe can't get away, but we can get an hour or two here. It doesn't replace in-person training, but it is something, and we've leveraged that pretty good, I think, and it's not that costly for the number of people we can get trained, the number of courses we have available to us.
Mayor Pro Tem, one of the conversations that we're having, and specifically when it refers to our police space, is that I would like to see our options where we have a fire station on the other part of town, is that we had a police presence. And so as we start to look at even possible future uses of the former fire station, if in creating a sub-location for police over there, that may be an option. But we'd like to see, we know we're gonna need space, but we just gotta figure out how, where. But it would be nice for them to have at least some presence on the other part of town.
Yeah, and that's one of the concerns that I've encountered, and I don't know. These things kind of ebb and flow in the community, but short while ago, there was concern expressed that there's no police presence. I think I may have talked to you about that, and so that's an idea worth researching, I think, in terms of having another police presence up there, and that's an idea worth researching. One last thing, because I feel like I'm sure others have questions too. And that is, are you still continuing your weekly interactions in Armstrong Park?
Yes, sir, I am. I was on vacation last week, but I do try to get out there. I think it's important. And truly, I think Alex Hamby mentioned it earlier. I've been working on a project, it's kind of a survey project, worked with Kristen a little bit. She was able to kind of leverage something for the city and for us in this program. I kind of have a way I wanted to do it. I'm with the virus, maybe kind of peeking its head up again. I'm not sure it's the best way to do it, but it's kind of a survey to try to get us some feedback from the community also. So we're always looking at options to hear what the community has to say and to understand and figure out ways that we can do better.
And now I want to put ACM Brown on the spot, because that's what I like to be able to see in terms of measuring the effectiveness of neighborhood services, a survey.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Mark is doing a good job of getting out and interacting with the community, and that's, as you indicated, Pro Tem, Mr. Harvey, that's very important.
And I don't think this, again, I was going last week, but I don't think Alex has had a chance to do this. But one thing I wanted to mention with regards to my walk in the park, it seems so simple, but I think it's effective. Yes, sir.
No, 1 minute.
So I met an individual, and even before the 4th, just after the 4th of July, we were walking. And I walked with this group a couple times. And he mentioned to me, he said, all that gunfire and fireworks going off, what are these people thinking? I said, yeah, it's crazy. And we got talking about that. He said, when I was growing up, and he's retired, early 60s, I would imagine, but I don't know for sure. He said, when I was growing up, that's what we did. My parents did it, my uncles did it. We went out and shot guns up in the air. That's just what we did. And not until I was an adult that I come to understand that what goes up must come down. It could hurt somebody. And so then the conversation, started from some of you guys and from via some of the citizens that we were getting inquiries on. And I happened to have the opportunity to walk with him again. I said, hey, Victor, and I think this is coming, but just in case it hadn't, I just kind of wanted to keep it on the front burner. Victor, would you mind being interviewed? I think it makes more of an impact if a citizen and he's actually a citizen of Cedar Hill, but he uses our park. But would you mind being interviewed and just tell me or just tell us what you just told me a couple of weeks ago? He said, no, I'll do it. So we're working on that. We're working to try to figure out how we can make things better, different ways we can kind of leverage what's already out there. Maybe we have.
In efforts to get us out of here before 2 o'clock, I would like to just later on for you to tell us more about the assets forfeiture fund and how that is working. So maybe not tonight, and especially for the new council members who may not know what that is, but at some point later, would you explain that? But since I want to get out before 2, I'll hold off to getting that answer.
Sure.
We having good discussion.
We are.
Okay.
Well, for me, I've benefited from having a briefing, and that was part of the police briefing, so.
I just want to know how it was going.
Well, if you want me to speak on it now, briefly?
No, I'll wait. Briefly. Okay, briefly. I'll tell you.
I'm the mayor. 3 minutes.
Mayor Gordon, 2 minutes briefly. How's that?
There you go.
So it is being depleted. Locally, we do use our federal asset forfeiture for local narcotics. And we have undercover officers. That is being depleted. We do get some funding in occasionally when cases are dispositioned. We're trying to keep our heads above water. That's the best I can tell you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
I promise my presentation's not gonna be as long as his was. I'm just, for those that don't know me, my name is Lacey Freeman. I'm the executive assistant with the Duncanville Fire Department. Unfortunately, Chief Rhodey and Chief Chase are both in Wisconsin at the Pierce manufacturing plant. They are checking off on the final approval for our new engine, and they are just giggly and giddy and excited about it, and they're just floored to be there, as you can imagine. So you get me tonight to be able to present this budget. So as you can see with the fire department budget, the majority of our budget does go to salaries. We did increase this year by about $303,000. I promise you it's all for good reasons though. I'm not gonna go over every single bullet point of what every division in our department does because you've heard it time and time again. What I will tell you is obviously we respond to emergencies. We respond to people's worst day of their lives typically. Our firefighters, our paramedics, they are darn good at what they do. Our fire prevention office is darn good at what they do. We take pride in the way that we train regionally, in-house training that we do. Our guys respond. We have we operate one of the busiest areas of fire and EMS in the Metroplex because we function as one big department with Duncanville, Cedar Hill, and DeSoto. And so this year, we're projected to run about 7,200 calls just in Duncanville between our two stations, which averages out right about 20 calls a day. So that's not normal for any station. I don't care if you're Dallas, Fort Worth, whoever, to run. But it's a lot. Like I said, that's the reason, we take pride in our training. We take pride in, what we do and how we train regionally, making sure that all of our paramedics in all 4 cities are all trained the same way and making sure that when they respond to our city, they're using the same protocols we would use it if we were, actually here. So, let's go to the next slide. What we included in our budget this year, we've been asking for an additional fire inspector position for many years, and this year we are so blessed to have it. This is going to allow our fire prevention division to actually do the annual business inspections for all 1,675 businesses. This is critical so we can make sure that businesses are in compliance, they're running the businesses that they say they're running, and they're meeting the expectation, of the fire code and not our size, not the building inspection code, but they're, in compliance. The other thing that we requested was the Streamline Fire Software, which is a fire prevention reporting management system. So currently, when our fire marshal and our fire inspector go out to do an inspection, they are still doing inspection on paper. Dinosaur age. So they have to come back, implement into the computer, and it's not effective, it's not efficient. So this system will actually allow them they'll have an app on their mobile device, it can be on any mobile device, and they can do their inspection real time. As soon as the business owner signs off on the inspection, it automatically sends them a copy of the inspection with pictures of their violations, etc. if they have any remarks that the inspector or the fire marshal has made, etc. The other big item we have is having to replace it's actually 5-inch fire hose. It is not a cheap thing to replace. We're actually needing to replace 33 feet of hose, and in order to do that, what we've decided to do is replace 12 sections actually of hose at a time over the next 3 years. So we're not having to incur that huge cost all at one time. And advanced life support, the major thing that we had was replacing our striker stair chairs, which are critical not only for our employee safety, but for the patient that we're providing care to also. And in addition is our EMS billing and collections that you guys just approved, us going through EmergiCon. And so
That's one of our bigger costs. Emergency management actually didn't have increased costs for budget-wise. We're just making note that their budget is split between all four best Southwest cities. And all four cities also will receive their EMPG grant award, their Emergency Management Performance Grant Award. And Duncanville's portion will be $27,000, and that actually helps replace part of Chief Rody's salary. So what was not included was we also requested LexiPoll Solution subscription, and I think Chief Lavigny hit on that already, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about that. For fire suppression, we requested our air purification systems for the fire and EMS apparatus. Obviously, we're trying to do everything we can to prevent the spread of COVID, any type of bacterial infections, etc. Severe weather items, that was equipment we requested in case our generator fails us again and we're without lights, power, etc. It was portable generators and some lights that we were requesting in that. And then the last thing is we were also requesting an additional set of bunker gear for every one of our firefighters, which is part of the NFPA standards. In addition to that, it's also part of our cancer prevention process. Obviously, you guys know we've lost 2 firefighters to cancer in the last 7 years. Cancer's not going away in the fire service. So we know better, we have to do better. Bunker gear replacement, simply when the guys come back from an actual fire, if they get called to another fire, they put that same gear on right now. And so every time, they're sweating, etc., all they're doing is absorbing those carcinogens that are in that bunker gear. And so this would actually give them an extra set when they come back from a fire to put their clothes in the extractor, etc., to clean the carcinogens off of them, so they would actually have a clean set of gear to put on. Same thing with the ultrasonic SCBA face piece cleaner. It cleans the carcinogens, the dirt, the debris off the face piece. But the face, the neck absorbs the most and whatnot. So we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to try to keep our firefighters safe. Yes.
Lisa, on that issue, just as a reminder, do you know what the cost of the replacement of that bunker gear was approximately?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can definitely get that number for you though.
But if you noticed, it is an item, the ones with asterisks by or things that we're gonna bring back to you to fund through the American Rescue Plan.
Yes.
Yeah, because, in my contact with fire personnel over the years, I remember them talking about that one time in the fire station. And as an average citizen, I never gave that any thought. I never realized it till they were really talking about how they had to clean their equipment.
Yes.
And I don't think you ever get it 100% clean, do you?
Not ever get it 100% clean, but
But to go back with it right after a fire, you're just.
Because used to we would have to send it off to actual cleaning service. A couple of years ago, we were approved to buy an extractor, which is so we can actually, clean it ourselves. Now it does have to get sent off for testing and actual cleaning twice annually per NFPA standards. So it does get obviously cleaned more often, but like Ms. Aretha said, all of these items do qualify under the American Rescue Plan Act, and those are all items that will be considered for funding from that. So any other questions from me? Yes.
No question. I just want to, you're the executive assistant?
Correct.
I just want to commend you in the replacement of the 2 chiefs. Outstanding job, outstanding presentation, and for all of the information that you have to present to us tonight. And not sure how much time you had to prepare, but great job. Mark, she runs the place.
She does. Yeah, she runs
I don't
it.
run the place.
Yeah, she does.
I don't run the place, but obviously you'll hear me tell people all the time, those are my big babies, and I don't mean it in like a whiny toddler baby. I mean it as like they're family to me, and so I take it very serious. My husband's also a firefighter in DeSoto, and now the fire marshal, so all of this, is near and dear to me, so I appreciate that.
Good job.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rainey?
Wait, hold on. When he walks in, hold on.
Yeah, 1 hour.
It's not even complimented you early, you should be heard.
All right. All right, well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Again, you'll be looking at two different sets of slides from me as part of the budget. One is based on the expenditures under the general fund, and then another set of expenditures that are tied to our enterprise funds. So within the general fund, you see here is the money that we use to maintain our streets and alleys, maintain the city's traffic signals, maintain the vehicles and equipment. So the fire truck that the chiefs are just loving to play with is bought and taken care of by Public Work Equipment Services Division. Also within the building officials office, we do the building inspections and the health inspections. Currently we have planning, but that's transferring to economic development in October. And then as briefed earlier, we had code compliance division, and that transferred to neighborhood services. And that's why you'll see the reduction from 39.5 FTEs to 33.5 FTEs. So just looking at the budget, you'll see the key expenses that we've got within our budget. $1.8 million for street maintenance. Again, that's slab replacement, mill and overlay, microsurfacing, crack sealing, pavement lifting, and then some ancillary contracts like some tree removals and things like that. Traffic signal maintenance. So again, we have 37 signals in the city of Duncanville, and this pays for the annual health checks and all the repairs that we use to keep those running and to replace the equipment. You'll see a significant budget item, $335,000 just for fuel, and then $390 is what we spend to take care of all our vehicles and equipment. What's not included in the budget, so as we briefed back at the first budget workshop, one of our goals was to reevaluate our payment conditions in this upcoming year. That would have been after 5 years of 7-digit maintenance to see how how we've improved. Again, the goal was $3.5 million, but at least see the $1.8 million that we've been able to allocate, has that made a difference? Are we on the right track? And then, I was just saying, additional street maintenance funds, again, the $3.5 million. So again, this is moving into the enterprise funds that we have. Again, we have water, wastewater, sanitation, and drainage. You'll see the head counts that we have for this. It does go up. We did get off the current budget shows bringing in another engineer to help with project management, drainage management, support to commercial development, as well as Ms. Adina mentioned, we're helping, the enterprise fund helps fund a new procurement specialist. Public Works, I think by far has the most quantity and volume in terms of dollar value of contracts, and so I think we alone keep Sheila more than gainfully employed. So again, with the program highlights, we do the CIP program in project management as you got last time, and we'll sort of gloss over it tonight. Our 5-year CIP plan. This is where the money comes from that. The water, wastewater infrastructure. Again, we distribute the drinking water and treat the wastewater. Again, we don't do that in-house, but we buy the drinking water from Dallas Water Utilities And then Trinity River Authority is who treats it. And then we do the solid waste and household hazardous waste collection, including the landfill. So again, Republic collects our trash. Dallas County is who we partner with for household hazardous waste. And then Waste Management has the landfill. We maintain the drainage infrastructure. One of the things I know we've been talking about is the big bag wall failure that we had along 10 Mile Creek up right behind Swan Ridge, which is some city bag walls that we're getting ready to bring to you, is a good example of drainage infrastructure. As we talked about, we added an engineer position and the procurement specialist, as you see down at the bottom. So again, what's included, you see the water, wastewater expenses, solid waste collection, and then the engineer. And then right now, what's not included is furniture for the service center renovation.
That's not part of the bond package?
Not furniture. So the bond was basically just the building. So we did, but the equipment for the land room and the furniture is coming out of supplemental funds or other, regular general fund or utility fund money.
Okay.
It's the number one thing when people do buildings, that we do the money for the capital and we forget the simple things like light bulbs and furniture. It's not forgotten, but it's in a different funding pattern. And a lot of times you don't finance those type things. And so we're at a delay, as we've talked about, in our construction process. And so we figured that while we're trying to get some other things done, it'll come up next year. But right now, because we're going to reissue the RFP for it and go a different route for the construction part of it, that it would be okay. We won't get to full construction by the end of this fiscal year.
No, I think we'll be ready to move in beginning of FY23 again, based on.
Does the fire station have that same problem?
Absolutely.
No, we try not to more, I think using bond money for furniture is like, buying a new house and then putting all your furniture on the mortgage. You'd rather do that with separate money. And that's the idea. Fire station is moving faster than the service center. But anyway, those are my slides for this, subject to.
Is that an increase in the solid waste collection, or how much increase is that for solid waste collection?
My solid waste collection of 2.7 million assumes 3% increase over this year. It's based on CPI, and the CPI I just ran was like 5.4 right now.
So we're gonna pass along the CPI increase to the customer?
We haven't proposed that to you yet.
Yes, in terms of, this sets what we pay to Republic for collection. In terms of what shows up on the residents' utility bill is a discussion that usually finance and the city manager have with city council and make a recommendation. This is what, based on 3%, this is what I'll need to pay the bill to Republic, assuming 3% in it. Again, CPI is up, so that's part of the contract, is it's pegged to CPI, or that subsection for trash and residential collection. Wow. I guess I answered everything.
Yes?
No, you just came too late.
Oh.
Fun library discussion wore everybody out.
You started at 6.
We'll just read.
How about handouts?
I do like to let you answer your phone though.
Oh, yeah? I don't remember what it says anymore.
Tell her
Yeah, I want to ask you about that because I want to modify mine too if I can. So.
We're modified all of them. Christian's got that.
I'm in charge, I'll wait till I tell you.
Okay.
I'll get it done.
Gus Garcia, Economic Development. In front of you is some of the highlights for our budget. I know we went over these already, so it's a high-level explanation. However, before we get into that, something I wanted to explain. The requests or the recommendations are primarily based on the comprehensive plan that was done in 2017. So we gathered all of that information, had a chance to really look at it, the recommendations from the community as well as from the council, and we gathered some of that and have implemented that into the new budget. As you heard Mr. Hamby say, one of the things that we really felt, I guess, let me look for the word, we felt was very, very important was the website and social media presence and what we were projecting out there, what was our vision, what needed to be done. As Alex mentioned, when he came on, he kind of did what his predecessor did. I did the exact opposite. I saw what my predecessor did, and I completely changed it, which is why you see an increase. And it was based on the comprehensive plan, the majority of it, not all of it. So what you're seeing here is an increase in staff count from 2.5 to 5.5. That is primarily, or that's exactly because we added an executive assistant, and we're taking on planning and zoning. As you're aware, there's two FTEs in that department as well. So you're seeing an increase in the general fund of 200,000. That is from planning and zoning. And then you're also seeing approximately $335,000 increase in the DCEDC fund. As I mentioned, some of those expenses are directly associated with some of the recommendations that were made in the comprehensive plan in 2017. We have an increased outreach to educate the business community and regional developers on the variety of incentive and grants DCEDC has to offer. So, as far as economic development is concerned, as you know, economic development is not just going out and getting restaurants. It's about establishing your foundation on economic development, whether it has to do with your buildings that you have, the landscaping, the beautification of this community, the way people see us as an economic development or as a community, and what services we're providing. We have to have the foundation of infrastructure, which I think we do have a lot of that already, but I think people need to know that we're open for business, if you will. They need to know that we have these programs and these incentives available for business improvement, attracting business, et cetera. So it's about building that foundation before you climb the mountain. You don't go to the mountain and plant the flag. It's about getting there. Website redevelopment. So there's a big part of people understanding, or this community knowing what economic development does. I've heard comments from the community that they're not aware that we have these incentives. They're not aware of what economic development does. The business community isn't aware of what we can do for them. And I've approached multiple business partners within the community, and they didn't know some of these programs were available, or they were too complex for them, or they hadn't had anybody really push them through, or they just didn't want to do it. They didn't feel it was beneficial for their business, or it was an arduous process that they didn't really want to get into. So then we go out into the extended community, the regional community, and then the Dallas-Fort Worth area community as far as developers are concerned. Why are they not developing here in this region, the Southwest region, as well as Duncanville itself? Being a Tier 1 city, what I mean by Tier 1 is that we're the first city coming off of the expressway from Dallas. We're surrounded by Dallas in 3 different boundaries. So I consider ourselves a Tier 1 city for development and obviously a business attraction. So the website redevelopment, as Alex Hamby mentioned, there's going to be a big component of that. And so we're estimating some money for that. I'll talk about that in a minute. Emphasis on recruitment of locally owned retail and restaurant businesses to Duncanville. I feel that investing in local business versus the chain restaurants is going to be a big part of what we do as far as going after some of these businesses that are in the DFW market and helping them understand what we can do. We have an initiative we're calling the Golden Plate Initiative, and it's about going out to at least 40 or 50 locally owned restaurants in the DFW area and asking them to come here. And there'll be a marketing campaign associated with that. And that will be part and parcel with our website design, redevelopment, and our strategy and vision on what we're trying to attract and how we're trying to attract them, along with what type of incentives we offer and kind of streamlining the process, which falls in line with what we're trying to do with our full-time FTEs that we're adding. We're adding an executive assistant. And what we also did is we reclassified our business coordinator to a business economic development manager. And so in any economic development department, when you're going to go out and do this business recruitment and prospecting, You wanna have your economic developer out there, meeting the businesses, engaging with your community, letting them know what we have, what services we have. You wanna have some continuity with your economic development manager and then the executive assistant, kind of pushing them through and organizing and scheduling everything, where you have a streamlined approach into what we're trying to do based on what we're gonna be budgeting for the new fiscal year. We wanna establish a solid social media presence. As we know, social media is how people get their information in a lot of ways. Everybody's looking, social media has changed the market, it's changed the way we do business as a whole in society and economic development. Myself and many of my colleagues, we're obviously using social media as a key way of attracting business and targeting certain groups, whether it's developers, it might be sources of finance, the lenders, and merging or creating some sort of synergy there between the city, the users of the community and the services we provide, as well as educating our community on what we do and how we do it, and the services that we offer, as well as going after some of the developers and what they look at as social media and looking at impressions. We want our website, as far as the website redevelopment and social media, to be kind of interacting with one another. We want a very interactive website along with social media, whether it be through Surveymonkey or whether it be through Constant Contact, whether it be through an interactive website, having video uploads on social media, on our website. So we want our website not to be good, we want it to be out of this world great. So that when we initiate our campaigns and we go after some of these developers and some of these users of the incentives that we offer, we want them to see you only have one chance to make a first impression, and we want that first impression to be great. And so that's some of the things we have to explore and make sure we offer when our first impression is made to some of these developers. Because what happens is when they look at us and they say, what is it you have to offer, or we send them mail or we send them some sort of social media engagement, the first thing they're gonna do is like, let me look at City of Duncanville, let me go to the EDC, what is this Golden Plate program? What kind of interaction do we have with our community? What does our asset video look like? Is our asset video talk about, the fact that we have 13 exemplary schools, the fact that people are trying to move here because we're closer to DFW and closer to Fort Worth than any other Tier 1 city in the Metroplex? If you want to move and redevelop, are you a redeveloper? Are you someone that does adaptive reuse? And how do you get funding to help you do that project? Are we the next Bishop Arts District? Are we the next redevelopment district that's close enough to where I can put an investment in this community and I know it's going to grow and appreciate? These are the kind of things that we want to incorporate into our asset videos. And what are those that are going to cost? The other thing that we want to do is we want to have some events centered around some of the things that people in our community, as well as people moving to this community that we're going to market to, are going to look at. And one of them is to have some reoccurring events. And food trucks is one of those things that we want to focus on. We want to create a reoccurring food truck initiative. We are talking to some developers that do this right now. And we're looking at areas and exploring ways that we can market to food trucks and how we can get them to continue to stay. Whether it means the food truck business is kind of where businesses or restaurants they test their product. They bring it into an area and then they grow it into something else. So maybe we want to offer some sort of incentives for food trucks to come into our area. Or maybe we want to develop areas within our community where a food truck park would make sense. Maybe we couple it with some of the events that we sponsor and that we can bring to the community. Maybe we couple it with Duncan Switch. Maybe we couple it with Gasso, or maybe we couple it with community theater. I mean, there's lots of things that we can explore, but we want to market that as part of the marketing initiative or campaign that we're going to provide.
And he didn't tell us that was his question before we put the slides together.
So the $335,000 is primarily made of $100,000 in marketing. And so I have some handouts here. I know we weren't supposed to do handouts, but I know that we weren't supposed to. I don't want to prolong this meeting, but it kind of explains what some of this $100,000 would be for. So,
You just so happen to have it with you.
He just so happened to have.
So this is not finished. This is not a finished project. So we aren't disseminating this. This is more strategic.
How many more do you? I'll hand
Yeah,
them out.
I have 11 now. So when we talk about, I know $100,000 in marketing initiatives is a lot of money. And so what I did was I contacted some of my colleagues in the DFW Metroplex to see how much EDCs were spending on marketing initiatives that are our size. Obviously, I didn't want to go with communities that were larger. And on average, it was about 120, 125,000. Some spend more, some spend a little bit less. I went with 100,000 in marketing. What we've done in the past is 20,000. We usually market it to trade publications that economic developers read them, but the community at large doesn't really do it. And so when I look at the 100,000, you can see here, I put it. What we want to do is we want to create, with our marketing dollars, we want to create a top of mind community so that we're the first community that people think of. Now, this is something that we want to be careful with disseminating this because we don't want, obviously, other communities looking at this. But videography, a website refresh, not good, but great. We want to have workforce training events, a gig economy. The gig economy is something that economic development at its core function is about creating jobs and helping people get to work so they can spend money in your community and that they can actually make a living, right? So we have a big retirement community. Gig economy is not just Uber Eats and DoorDash. It's about handyman jobs. It's about working in content writing, photography. It can be about proofreading. It can be doing special assignments, whether it be graphic design. There's a lot of things that, there's another one called TaskRabbit. Some of you have seen this, where it's like Uber for jobs, where people do cleaning, or they do helping with moving, or they do helping with yard work, where there's gig economy jobs that we could have seminars and help some of our retired folks that have specialties in different areas that maybe they want to work at. We can have seminars and have our retired folks and some of our kids and people that are unemployed come and work from home. We want to teach them how to do that. So these are some of the things we want to market to our community so we can get people that aren't working in our community at 10% unemployment working. We'll have festivals, food trucks. That's some other money we want to spend, potentially sponsor. These are quality of life projects. Social media platforms, influencers. So for instance, as an example, we know through our research that there's approximately $8 to $10 billion, even $12 billion spent every year by top 20 developers in the DFW market. But those top 20 developers aren't developing anything down here in the best Southwest region. So what do we want to do? We want to market to them through Google Ads or through, what I call it, infiltrate their circles of influence and pair them with doing some sort of legacy project or transformational project in our community. Now, this is a one-off branch of what marketing would be like, but these are some of the strategies that we would do, utilizing current ways of marketing and buying ads on Google or on social media or on LinkedIn. What are they reading so that when we infiltrate their organizations or their circles, they're thinking about Duncanville. We do the same thing with the restaurant industry, or local mom and pop. We find out where they are. And that's what we use. Oh, by the way, we have an intern as well. So we use the intern to help Alex Hamby, to answer your question, does he have help? We're gonna have our intern help him with some of these initiatives, responding to social media. So it's interactive, so that when someone asks a question, they're getting an answer. So if somebody's wondering about the Golden Plate Initiative, what does that mean? They're getting an answer and they're getting it right away. So that Alex has some help. So he's not just doing it by himself, and it's not just him. It's economic development along with social media marketing and everybody else for contributing to this process. Access to programs, the demo rebuild program. That's a fabulous program that this community has set up for the community and for redevelopers, for developers, or people that own property. We need to market that. People need to know it's available. It's amazing to me that people aren't utilizing it. I know it's been COVID, but in this past year it hasn't been used once. I've gone to several developers and asked them to do it. Myself and Greg, we've talked to a couple of developers. They just didn't want to do it. It doesn't make sense why they wouldn't want to use monies that are available to them to improve their properties. It just improves the value of what they have. So we want to market that. So we've added some increase in dollars for that program, another $50,000. So the idea is we take the comprehensive plan, we do the marketing strategy, but we've also budgeted money to improve or increase the programs that we already have that we anticipate or ostensibly will be used or utilized because we're marketing it more and we're getting it out there. I don't think it's anything that we did before, unless there was marketing dollars that were spent that I haven't seen. But as I mentioned, there was about $20,000 that was spent in prior years on trade publications. This is not something that people that redevelop are gonna read. These are professional journals and publications that people in my profession are gonna read and look at, but it's not gonna be something that your everyday developer is gonna read or the restaurant owner is gonna read. So we wanna make sure we get out to them. I put some notes in here that I wrote. So if everything goes the way we plan, we're gonna have a lot of people getting content, reading some of the things that we have to offer, some of our marketing efforts, and they're gonna type in City of Duncanville. And when they type in City of Duncanville, this is a runway with, for the website and social media, and then it goes live at some point when Alex and Economic Development get it ready. So when they type in City of Duncanville, they're blown away to if it works. And they see the programs we have, we make it easily accessible. They see our asset video, talks about Duncanville, it shows our diversity, it shows our schools, it shows our proximity to Dallas, Fort Worth, DFW, it shows some of the catalyst projects. The council asked us to look at some of our properties. They said which properties are gonna work. We have met with multiple developers that wanna develop here. One of the areas are the properties we talked about, which is the Alexander and I-20 property, as well as the Ladd property, as well as some of the properties off of the expressway, adjacent to the field house, the old Luby's building as an example. What are we doing to help those developers? And we need them to look at our website and really feel like, okay, this is where I wanna be. On our asset video, we're gonna show, for instance, as an example, cities like McKinney and Allen, if you look on their city, they have an asset video that is fantastic, phenomenal. So what we wanna do is we want to sort of utilize those same qualities, like they're close to DFW Airport. Guess what? We're closer. Guess what? We're close to Dallas. They're 40 minutes away, we're 15 minutes away. We want to show that with an aerial map that dives in and shows how close we are and why it's a good investment for redevelopment and adaptive reuse. And maybe we get some of those big developers that are spending billions of dollars every year to do something in redeveloping some of our assets.
That's it. It's one more slide, just move it forward.
Yeah.
So of that 300,000, 100,000 is for new marketing initiatives. Placer AI, which is a software program, as I mentioned, we want to be able to know when someone comes to Duncanville for one of our events. If we give $25,000 to a football game, we want to know how many people came to Duncanville for that football game and where they went. Did they go eat? Did they stay at our hotels? How many people actually came? Was it a good investment? We want to know in the region how many people are going to Papados, as an example. Now we know because we asked, it's the 9th highest performing Papados in Texas. A lot of people thought it was number 1 in Texas, but it's number 2 in DFW, number 9 in Texas. That's important information. So that tells a potential restaurateur that, hey, wait a minute, 9, this is real. This is real information. This is not me talking. This is independent studies that show this is real and this is what they want to see.
What's the date on that study?
It's real time. It's within a couple of days at the time we get the report. So by that, they get the property, the information gets uploaded every 48 hours. So we're able to geofence something and get that information. So we can gather that information from pretty much any restaurant in the state of Texas. We want to see how well it's performing and whether we want to go after it or not. And what the demographics are, do we check the boxes, does it meet where we want to be? And so we want to look at that.
Oh, that's the date of the study on the Papados information you just shared. That's the date on the information you just shared about Papados being number 9th in the
At the
state.
time of the report, which was a week ago, it was within the last 48 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry. So that 100,000 says includes.
Yes.
Placer AI, so just for the Placer AI itself?
22,000.
Okay, and does that involve any kind of subscription or it's just a one-time?
Yes, it's a 1-year contract, assuming that we sign it and approve it, it's a 1-year subscription, which we get to try it. Yes, sir.
How does this work with, I think you have planning and zoning under your umbrella now, right? How do we connect the two? Because sometimes it seems as though what's coming to us through planning and zoning is not exactly what we're looking for in economic development. So I'm just wondering, based upon what you're sharing with us now, how do you connect those dots where the planning and zoning can?
Well, planning and zoning is an intricate part of development services, as you know. So as an example, the food truck. we need to have an ordinance. So we need to know, in economic development, we need to know what food trucks want, what we're gonna attract, what type of issues we're gonna be faced with, and what type of issues they're gonna be faced with, and what they've experienced. And then, of course, I work with planning and zoning, and we make sure that whatever ordinance the city or the leaders pass falls in line with what those needs are. So economic development works in conjunction with all development services. I mean, I have a saying that we're all economic developers, right? But from a planning and zoning perspective, economic development is typically, along with public works, is always going to be dealing with the issues that the business community has and what needs they have.
Something that I've observed with the planning and zoning piece is it's more passive. And so what we would get in public works is folks would come in and say, I'm interested in this property, what can I do with it? Or I just got a lease, and I want to make sure that I can do what I want to do. I have this plan, I have this idea, can I do it? And so where the nexus is Gus, AD goes out and is more proactive and finds people and works with P&Z to find them the right home in Duncanville. And so again, that's really, I think, the big difference is the active piece tied in with the more.
So proactive versus reactive. So when you tie and you link the two together, you have the focus of economic development, but also the stuff that's coming. Often you've asked us is, well, how did this end up here? Well, they came to us, and I tell everyone that I have an obligation to present to you what's brought to you. But coupling that with economic development, we're not necessarily waiting for someone to come. We're throwing the hook out there and we're pulling them in, and we're making sure they fit toward what we want versus what's coming to us.
Yeah, I mean, just as an example, we've had a number of meetings with Public Works and planning and zoning where a business wanted to do an expansion, but the parking was an issue. So what did we do? We sat down and had a discussion about the programs that we have available and what they can do to do an improvement or some sort of expansion that would alleviate some of those problems. And guess what? There's economic development dollars available for some of that expansion or to offset monies they'd have to spend, so it becomes a win-win. So we wouldn't know that without planning and zoning working together and saying, hey, I have a client, I have a business owner that wants to do something, but they're stuck. How can we find a solution to that problem? And that's where economic development comes in. And so we can help find that solution. That's how they, I guess, mirror or work together. And so it really makes it, the continuity of working together can be very effective if utilized properly. That's how I see it. And it's already occurring as we speak right now. In fact, it's occurring with Public Works as well. And so the $50,000 allocated for a new area plan. As you know, we have the comprehensive plan, but quite a bit of money was spent for different area zones within, I think there's 10 areas, opportunity areas within the city. We would like some direction on an area plan for the opportunity areas that the council feels we need to focus on. I know two that I mentioned earlier were the LAD property and the I-20 Alexander property. And so what is an area plan? An area plan is a more clear definition of what the council wants to see there. So the area plan, as you know, kind of says this is what it should be zoned as, this is what we're looking for, whereas an area plan is actually going to show the stores that are going to be there, the people walking, and kind of the more of a detailed plan that we can actually market. Think of it as a rendering of a building that you're going to market to the developers, and this is what we see potentially. This is what we think it could happen. I'm going to use the LAD property as an example. We know that the LAD property is 42 acres. We know it has to be primarily an educational resource or natural resource or walking trails, but at the same time, it's very difficult to get a developer to come in and say, you know what, I'm going to pay $5 million or $4 million. I have no idea what the value is, but once it gets appraised, let's just call it $1 million. They come in and say, I'm going to pay $1 million, but I can only utilize 20% of the property. That becomes very challenging for a developer. But if we had an area plan to be able to show the public and say, this is what we like. So this is what we think works based on the restrictions, based on what the council feels is going to be reasonable to the community, and so that we can actually have it developed if we truly want it.
And I'll go back to what I said at that council meeting when you brought that up, and I think it's important that in a timely manner, that there's a discussion with the affected community around there, and that's 3 different districts that have representatives sitting at this table that need to get the feedback from that public about what might be on up the road before, because what you said was normally you do those types of surveys when somebody has made some type of an offer to do something. And to me, what that says is it's too late. So you get the feedback, but it's not very valuable because the decisions aren't, the machine's already moving forward. So I want to be real careful when we talk about that property to make sure that we've gotten the feedback from the people in that community that would be affected by whatever's going to happen there.
See, I completely agree. I'm of the opinion, from an economic development standpoint, that there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and I think that the council has a decision to make on what they want with that property. My recommendation as from the Economic Development Department would be to have 3 options. That you have input based on your understanding of what the community wants, and then you present 3 options, and then those 3 options become feasible for the community. And typically in economic, they don't know what they want. They don't like anything until they see it. And so maybe there's an option that's more designed to what the community wants. Maybe there's another option that's a little bit more towards developer-centric, if you will.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said it that way. The first time I may have misunderstood what you were saying, but yes, I totally agree with that.
Because if you leave it open-ended, it's very difficult to get down the road. I mean, there really needs to be some discussion by this council first, I would think, and then say, okay, what is it that you want for it?
And City Manager, I would hope that we at some point would, I know you're preparing for this, but either workshop or a retreat, but more so putting this at the top, because I think until we move it as a council, one of our top priorities,
Yes.
yeah, we're gonna hold economic development and planning and zoning back, because they're waiting to hear back from us as a council.
And I think as Gus and I talked about it even today, and what he's saying is that we're people by nature. We can tell you, I don't want this, I don't want that. But the possibilities out there of creating that rainbow, of showing here's a rainbow, here's another kind of rainbow. And it can go from any extreme, but at least giving them some options to look at. They can come back and say, I don't like any of it. But if we don't start out with something, and I usually hear that. So we're gonna get developers who'll come, but that's the same thing. You know, we wanna say what we want and then see who comes after we tell them what we want. And it may be nothing at all, but then that's an answer.
I mean, I think you need to leave it in the control of the council on what direction it goes, for sure, versus leaving it up to some developer to come and say, this is what I want.
Yes.
So I'm just curious, so the 50,000,
So that's low.
How many different opportunity areas?
There's 10,
Okay.
and so this would be, Greg and I, Ramey, had a discussion with a planner. Their budget, Greg, I think was 82,000 is what they came up with, but it included a video, it included some feedback. I think 50,000, we would
We were
probably
looking
get
more
away with.
like Camp Wisdom, I think, wasn't that right? Yeah.
And so I think that this is a company we already are working with. They did our planning, they did our planning code.
Yeah, it was master plan. They're the ones that provided the interim planner for us.
Okay. And so we were already working with them, and I just asked, give me an idea. And so they came up with a number of 82,000. I just took off a portion of
Freeze
it.
and Nichols?
No.
That was not, no, we used, well, for the interim planner position before Sky got here, we used master plan. That was Andrew Ruig.
Oh, okay.
And then they do, additional work that we had talked to them about. It just.
So yeah, one of the things they offered was to go and talk to developers for us, but that's something we're gonna do anyway. We don't need those services. They wanted to do a video as part of it. We don't need that. It's something we already wanted to do, but I'm estimating 50,000. We could probably squeeze 2 renderings or area plans.
So at what point, because I really support the idea of getting some kind of area plan so that we all can have some kind of agreement on what we see, trying to visualize something. I mean, at what point in the process do we decide, okay, we need to get an area plan for this before we make any more decisions for, because we have some areas in town right now where we're making decisions about what may or may not be there. Should we be looking at an area plan for some of those?
I think for the primary locations that we really want to focus on, specifically when you have a situation like this lab property, you would definitely want to have an area plan, because otherwise we're stuck.
Because I'm thinking about Daniel and Main Street. That's one of the opportunity areas.
Absolutely.
And we've got 3 vacant lots there, and it's almost blank slate. Seems like we might want to have some kind of.
We need something we can market, yes.
But do we own them? Are they ours?
No.
No, we don't own
So
them.
you can't necessarily plan for somebody else's spot unless you can buy it.
So, well, this sounds like another conversation. So, right.
So that's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because what if you can't buy it, then what do you do with your
And
land?
that's part of another question that I had was talking about land banking, acquiring property. So there is a property there that is for sale.
And that's a decision that can come up, and that could be something, I think at one time, the city focused on it, and a lot of cities do, is trying to make sure you acquire properties that will be advantageous from an economic development standpoint for the city.
So you can do the area plan for property you don't own, but you do run into problems like the city manager was mentioning, because you go and you market it, and the first question they're gonna ask is, do you own that property, or how do I know I can go buy it? And that'll be the issue, but you can do it, just understand that you might run into that problem with the developer. That's gonna be the first question they're gonna ask, how do I know I can do it if I can't buy the property?
Well, also with that, as soon as you show interest in that property, the price goes up.
Absolutely.
And that's why I like the area plan, because when you set something visual that someone can see, the next person who owns another land, they may piggyback off of what they see you getting ready to do anyway to complement your area plan.
So this is in next year's budget, and I guess as we look at it, we'll see how it works, and then if something we want to continue, we can continue it more.
So it looks like you got everything you wanted.
Well,
Looks like it to me too.
I asked for a lot. I know this council, when you hired me, you wanted some transformational changes, and so I put them in the budget based on what I saw. And it's only a 1% increase overall in our budget, total budget amount of 2.7 million, so.
What you did mention, you showed us all of the properties, and thank you for doing that. Great job again for showing us all the property that we own as a city. So now I think what I'm hearing you saying, how many, we challenge you through Aretha to tell us how many of those properties that was gonna be our top priority. What was that total, what's that number?
So as Aretha mentioned, we've been discussing this. There was a lot of park locations in those 100 properties we identified. There was also a lot of city-owned facilities. We've narrowed it down to about 5 or 6 locations.
Okay.
But we would need to have probably another workshop to try and
That
talk
would
about
be a
some of
big
those.
conversation.
Yes, and so I'll just mention it, but I think it's retreat worthy. And that is, I know we have properties out there that people are interested, but they're not in our top 50. But I don't have any idea what to tell people when they ask me about them, because I don't know where they are in that process of having been gone through that what's the name of the outfit that handles those, 2 ladies that handle
The Lineberger?
Yeah, Lineberger. Where are we in that process
Tax properties.
Right, so that we have them ready to sell. And some of them are not gonna be in our top properties,
Right.
but yet somebody's asking about it. And I'll give you, for instance, I got somebody interested in a property we own in Thoroughbred Hills. But the answer they got when they called the city, and I don't know who they talked to, but the answer they got was, well, it's not ready to be sold. So what does that mean? Well, that's a
If it's in
conversation.
Linebarger, so what we'll do is, Clay has actually done it before, is we have a property disposition, something to just show people the process.
Clay's the economic development manager.
The other gentleman. And so I think that's something we just need to present to council, but we also need to solidify. I always go back to saying, what's the process? What do we control and what's controlled by state law? And then if we can define that for people, at least gives them some idea of what's going on, and we'll bring that back to you.
And we can do that.
Well, the challenge, I'm gonna just bring in some more institutional knowledge, is that we have a lot of people that are interested in some of these smaller parcels just to add on. And they're very limited in value, but we can't just give stuff to people. And so the part that, especially as we only had a smaller ED staff, was the mechanisms to determine fair market value, offer it to the public so that when the city sold the property, it was sold in a legitimately, and you know, that's the mechanism that we're missing, that's been missing, and I know
That's the disposition process that I'm talking
yes,
about.
yes, ma'am, it's just how do we, you know, the process to get rid
And
of
a
it.
lot of, you can have policies that say if it's adjoining to your property, you have the first right of refusal. There's a lot of policies that can go out there that can define it. We just need to verify with Texas state law what it states versus what I've seen.
But couldn't another route be you take one of those homes and redevelop that home to look like what that neighborhood to look like as well? It's not regentrification, but it sure will give an uplift for a neighborhood.
You know, architectural restrictions?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can put that in the special provisions of any contract,
A
sure.
little bit. State stopped a lot of that. You
Yeah,
can't
okay.
do most of that anymore. Yeah, but what you can do, there are a lot of nonprofits that will come in and do home rehabilitation programs and things like that. But our restrictions have been limited so much by the state law over the past couple of years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get this, rest of this wrapped up.
Well, before you do that, can I just ask, Rita, I'm not sure, you may add this later, but I noticed on your reclassification of staff that we've changed their title.
Yes, there's some
to
title
managers. How much financial impact, and you show us that later in the budget, that title reclassification has made a difference to us in this budget when you talk about the manager name sounds great and the added responsibility sounds great, but at the bottom line, hopefully at some point you'll show us where.
How much did we see in salary increases? You'll see it on a case-by-case basis. Some had none.
Okay.
Some had some. Some titles just changed. Some titles change based on, and yeah, so it's not a clear and concise answer to you. There are folks who we have changed their title, but it did not impact their salary.
Would you be able to come back later and kind of give us more?
Probably not.
Okay.
We haven't created any new positions.
Yes, we have. We have 7 points. She's gonna go through that in the expenditure summary.
Now, may I interject? I apologize for the length of this, but it's virtually impossible to go through an organization this size doing something as important as this and give it short shrift. So if you like, we can take another break, 5 minutes and come back. Or if you like, we can just keep on plowing through, whatever you all want to do. So if I can get some feedback.
How much time more on the presentation?
We gotta go to a special meeting after this, so if we could stop for about 5 minutes, everybody regroup, and then we start open and the presentation, and then we have to adjourn this, and then we go into our special council meeting. Because you have to do a roll call vote on the proposed tax rate, and then schedule the date for the public hearing. So a quick break would probably help.
Oh wait, say 10:49.
Oh, 10:49, we recess. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you everyone for your attention. I know it's getting late, so when our brains are only probably about at 99% full, yeah. So really, we're just gonna be concluding, all the information you've heard from the department, kind of what our financial position, we're estimating to be at the end of the fiscal year as well as the end of the proposed year. So, going back to the general fund expenditures, these are just the one-time funds. Again, we're putting in $1 million for the P25, and that should be it to cover our upfront capital costs for the P25 program, and then that funding will go, or that one-time funding there will obviously be freed up, as well as the other one-time projects. We talked about the security cameras that IT is putting in Lakeside Park. We talked about the zero-turn mower and the verticutter. Those are one-time projects, as well as a transfer into the street CIP of $1.3 million there that will cover the street CIP's needs in FY22. So this is what our financial position that we're expecting to be at the end of FY21, as well as FY22, 92-day fund balance there, and that's after all of those proposed position changes and new positions and requests and the 2% increase and all the contribution increases. We will be ending the year in a pretty good position. Utility fund, I'm not gonna really go over the details here of everything is in your booklet there, talking about the utility fund, the fund summaries. But again, we are not proposing a rate increase, but that is something that we'll definitely have to convene with the council to talk about. We talk about water and wastewater rate studies and what we will be able to do into the future, because that is going to be a very critical need to keep this fund stable. That does include a 2% salary increase, and that comes to $31,000 for the staff that's in the utility fund replacement contributions. I wanted to highlight the Dallas water utility increase. This is the amount over the adopted budget. That's what's impacting the proposed budget, as well as the Trinity River Authority, which is the water wastewater treatment. And then again, all the new positions and the requests out of the utility fund comes to that amount there.
Jennifer,
yes, sir.
do you know what the percentages are of those increases from the water?
The Dallas water was like 10%.
Yeah, and then the other one's
total.
like 2.
The Trinity River was not so high, but that fluctuates from year to year because based on actual what comes through.
Yeah, the actual flow. For the TRA, there is no increase, but the flow is going up.
Right.
It's more.
And this number.
There's no increase in the unit price,
Yeah, the
but
unit
our
price,
but our
but our
unit
flow.
price, our units number of units is went up.
Based on the amount we've been using of it, they've anticipated that our usage would go up by 338,000. So it definitely is not, staying flat. It's definitely been going up, and we've not been passing that along to the consumers. So just again, kind of where our financial position at the end of the year and at the end of the FY22, we are spending down that fund balance, even though we have updated it with that $16 million that we have in the bank. We are spending down that fund balance pretty quickly, and that is going towards all the CIP projects that Mr. Ramey has going for water, wastewater, and all the improvements and the pipe replacements and pipe bursting. All of that comes at a cost, and it's only getting more expensive with the cost of materials and labor. So again, that's going to be another conversation we have to bring back to council when we talk about can we pay for cash, do we borrow, things like that to cover the needs that we have for our infrastructure. I showed you this chart before, but again, it's just showing you that our fund balance is going down and that we need to do something pretty quickly before we go into the red. The solid waste sanitation fund, again, we're not proposing an increase, but we do, that is another, again, a rate conversation we need to have with council when it comes to what we are charging to our garbage, for our garbage collection. The budget doesn't assume a 3% increase on our end, but again, it's not assuming passing that increase along. Again, our financial position, this is again another fund that we are spending down the balance to cover our CIP projects as well as compensating for the increases in our costs. The drainage fund, total revenue that we bring in from the stormwater fees is projecting about $841,000. Again, we've already talked about the emergency back wall, the 10 Mile Creek
So we are spending pretty much what our fund balance is in cash in order to pay for that emergency. But again, based on what we need to spend through fix that, as well as other ongoing drainage needs, that at the end of fiscal year 22, we're gonna have to be coming back to you about how to make up that difference with our drainage needs.
Sorry.
Yes.
The erosion control part, that's not that one.
This is not all that one
One,
project.
okay.
It is a big portion of that project.
$1
and we had
million.
to- Yeah.
The bag walls, just that one section that came out?
There's actually several that are damaged on both sides of the creek, almost down to Birdwood's Circle-ish. So the whole project, when the engineer looked at it, it's about $1 million.
Yeah. And there are other needs too that are out there and other things that are in the works that he's identified, which are listed, itemized out in your budget book by year. But this is, yes.
So, are we gonna talk about that before fiscal year 22?
Yes, so our projection is based on us being able to get as much done as possible this year, but what we're going to have to do is, if we had one more, we're gonna have to borrow some money, we're gonna have to do something to fund it. And I think where we are right now is we're estimating that we will deplete the entire fund. So guidance on this is gonna be needed. We're gonna come up with recommendations with Ms. Adina and with Mr. Ramey, almost said it, with Mr. Ramey. And we're gonna have to come back to you on a plan for this, because we're gonna have to figure out how will we fund if we have any more emergencies, because as you see, this is unusual.
And obviously we know with timing of projects, and when they actually get paid and out the door, this is going to be kind of a rolling target, if you will, but if everything goes according to plan and within every timing, that's kind of where we expect to end up back. Okay, economic development, just really quickly, again, all their revenue comes from sales tax. We've already talked about the things that are in his budget, things that have been added, marketing and advertising initiatives, as well as a full-time skilled maintenance out of the beautification and an area comp plan. And the fund obviously is very, very healthy, and expect the end of the year at 5.4 million. Resources available to us at the end of the year. Hotel motel fund, that's all hotel motel tax. Some of the things that are budgeted in there, the grants, incentives, those are for the events such as GASO and for the Duncanville Community Theater and Sandra Meadows Plaza, things like that. As well as it is supporting Fieldhouse and some of their advertising, their patio construction area has been supported out of hotel motel fund, as well as we've had wayfinding project budget in there to put in some wayfinding signs, and we've yet to really implement that, but it's still budgeted in there. And again, at the end of the year, we'll be in a healthy position, 2.2 million in the bank for hotel motel funds. Fieldhouse fund, this is another one that we'll have to bring sir.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm going through them really fast, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you go back one? So so you said it's a healthy funds.
I mean, our estimated ending cash balance pretty much is 2.2 million. We get more revenue than we're being able to expend at this point, at this time.
What's your question? Do you have a question?
I'll save my question for another conversation.
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And again, this, hotel motel supports, tourism and conventions and, events, things of that nature. That's what this fund can be used for.
It also supports arts initiatives. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask that question later.
Okay. Fieldhouse fund, this will be one that we'll have to bring back to you at another time from a financial standpoint, and maybe what we do to kind of rectify this negative fund balance. But again, the total revenue is 1.8 million. There's salary increases in there. The Fieldhouse security, just wanted to highlight some of the things they have in their budget that's important. Security at the Fieldhouse, as well as refurnishing the gym floors. But the good news is that, again, they are operating in the positive. They are bringing in more money than they are expending. And just again, quick on the other funds, the tax and criminal fund, nothing's changed here. Again, we're just increasing that fund balance to be able to use for projects, hopefully in the near future in that zone. The liability insurance, again, that's a comprehensive self-insurance for the liability, property, workers' comp, divisions, put in allocations into this fund to cover the premiums, to cover the claims, to cover the property liability claims, so.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, yeah, and I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast.
Could you go back just one?
Yes, sir.
So they were explaining the TIF.
Mm-hmm.
Are we at a point, and they were showing me kind of the sub area where that is. Are we at a point yet where we're able to use some of this fund to do any projects in that area?
Let Mr. Garcia maybe speak to that.
So, yes, the answer is yes, we can use some of those funds. Non-qualified expenditures, which are typically landscaping, lighting, paving, whatever the state statute allows to be used. So you essentially could identify areas within the TIF that you want to use the money for to improve. So there is money available. There's not a whole lot of money available, as you can see from the budget.
423,000 we're projecting to have in the bank for it.
So the projection at the end of the year is 95,000. The proposed is 75. I would imagine it's probably going to be more around 95 next year as well. So that might be a bit conservative. So typically with that amount of funds, there's not a whole lot you can do unless you did some sort of financing. So I know that you can finance on a TIF. So if authorized by the council, you could do a financing off the TIF fund revenue. So
That still includes the 150,000 that was.
Yes.
That's correct.
The seed money from the economic development.
Are there any small scale projects? I mean, where something may need to be done right now that we
You
could
could
pull?
do some. We just had a discussion about 10 minutes ago about doing something with our entryway monumentation or entryway architectural design. I think the council member and the city manager were discussing potentially some sort of architectural, what would you call it, impediment from having people or vagrants, loiter in that particular area. So you could help avoid some of the trash and some of the, unsightly issues that are taking place in that particular area.
And is there a time frame for how long we're waiting? Are we waiting for that fund to build up to a certain amount before we say, okay, now?
So the board is actually requesting a tour with council and with EDC, maybe 2 by 2 by 2. Look at some of the areas within that TIF zone to identify something that the board and council jointly could agree on.
And we'll be able to talk about as we start looking at even some of the other projects like this. This would be a good conversation piece to give direction. As we've talked about some of the improvement things you can do in the areas. But we do need your guidance. And so we can spend this money at any time. It's just identifying what projects become a priority for both the TIF board and the council.
Because that area is your district, right?
That's one on 20?
Because
yeah. No, 67, 20 in Cockrell Hill. Oh, yeah.
And we've got some examples already. I took some pictures of some things that I've seen done. So
again, talking about the liability insurance, we're ending the year at a $741,000 there in the bank for the claims and premiums. IT replacement fund, this is the fund that we financed, or we put cash in to pay for our IT replacements, our equipment, our computers, things like that. 100% funding and being able to replace everything that we need on a timely manner. So, plate replacement, this is a fund that we are dwindling down a bit on because of all the big, large purchases we've had, such as the fire engine, a couple ambulance coming up in this next fiscal year. So we estimate spending about $2.1 million on fleet.
What is that expected cost of that apparatus that they're looking at up in Wisconsin right now?
$1 million?
Yeah, that's what we budgeted is about $1 million for it, but it's probably gonna come in actually less than that, but not by probably that much. 700, 800,000.
Great Chase is gonna talk them down?
Yeah.
Great Chase is gonna
Yes.
talk them down?
But you never know, what's going on just because of the high cost of even vehicles. But this is an area where you could do things like an equipment note and utilize the cash to pay it down to create more this is another heavy. It's great to have the vehicle replacement fund. That is a fabulous process. But there are some low interest. In fact, I think when we talked with a gentleman earlier, he said it would cost us less to do an equipment note, I think, than it was to
You can get
purchase.
equipment financing note, that's government.
That
Get a
was-
low interest rate for a few years.
So that's a philosophy conversation we want to have, and we want to not do it from us. We have a couple of folks who said they're willing, from our financial advisors and other companies, to talk to us about just making sure that we're leveraging our cash appropriately. And this is an example where we're great with cash, but then when we need it, like the bag wall process, we may not have it because we're so cash focused. But we do have the ability to borrow. But when you rush to borrow and you're borrowing an emergency, sometimes the numbers don't add up the way you want them to.
And then debt service being the last one, again, this is a portion of the property tax. Just kind of to recap, that we have one general obligation bond that was issued in 2019. We can't refinance it until about 2028. That's the earliest that we possibly could. Our annual debt service is $1.4 million. We don't have utility fund debt anymore. That was retired. We still have field house debt. That will be in August 2025 will be the last payment for that one. And this is the last year for the economic development debt. Those are separate debts. They don't come out of the debt service fund. That's only property tax funded, but just wanted to highlight that here under the debt section. And just really quick on the CIP, I'm not going to go into all the different projects, but this is the 5-year overview of all the CIPs. And just as a reminder that the street and sidewalk CIP does not have a regularly identified source of funding other than what the general fund can support. And then there's the list of all the projects. So, this is all the bond stuff, which again, it's in your notebook there. And then the different CIP sections and the projects that are slated for this coming fiscal year are listed there.
I'm sorry, on that 537, is that go back, I think it was.
This one?
No, one more.
This one?
Yeah, this average debt, 537, that's what it feels like?
Yes, sir.
And interest on that is what? Do we know? Know what the interest is on this?
It's in your
Here's
book
my-
there. It does have a page about
I
it.
still have a question, but I'm just wondering, are we better off paying that off, Mr. Dana, than we would keep paying the interest on this for another, how many years?
4 years. When's the last date of it?
2025?
It depends on that, if that debt can be paid early enough. So we have to look at the schedule and what the OS said regarding that debt. I can't tell you right now. I can just look at the OS of the official statement or the documents regarding that debt and seeing if we can do it. Okay, but I can't answer
I'm
that.
curious, since we're not making any money on cities anyway, would that
No,
help
that
us?
would, if that's actually debt bonds, then that would be called advance refunding. And so, the laws kind of changed a couple of years ago about advance refundings, meaning refunding my debt before it's actually matured. Okay. They said we can't do that, so I'd have to look at it and see when the callable, if it is callable for that, because it's being paid off in 2023?
2025 is when the last payment. I know it was refinanced a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, we don't know the specifics of can you pay it off early sort of thing. This is again coming from the economic
I'll
development.
look that up at the schedule and I'll send out an email to everybody.
I wrote it down to follow up on. And that's pretty much everything for tonight in our budget workshop.
So I have one follow-up conversation. One of the questions that asked, and as a total of how much we're in reclass of new positions, the total was
407,000. That's for the new positions.
for
and
the general
requests.
fund, and in the utility fund, there were 87,000. And that's for new positions, and changes in the positions. Just to highlight to you, one of the things Mr. Cook did ask me about is you saw some title changes. Some title changes were just to truly classify what they follow. So for example, when you see the word managing director, you see the word managing director because we have folks who are directors, like the HR director, and there's 2 staff. It's just HR. Then you have other folks who are directors like Public Works or Finance or Development that are actually over several departments. And so that's why we call it a managing director. And it's really just to distinguish between the roles because you do have different levels of roles. And the word administrator you're seeing often. The reason you see administrator, generally administrator refers to a department that may have one or two employees or no employees because you've got to start to come with some continuity. And the last word that you see often used, we've used manager versus sometimes moving people into the word assistant director. Well, it's kind of a gradual way of working yourself there. You do the management because you're going to be asking people to be here nights like this, which puts them in a different classification so that when we have them working and doing these type projects, it doesn't fall out of their classification. And so that's where you're seeing some of the changes.
So you created new classifications?
Yes.
And so with that goes new salary ranges with those?
Some of them are already, it's actually probably the opposite. They're already in a high salary range, which is why you would want to classify it differently. So we have some positions that are pretty much already in a managing director. And comparing to other cities, for example, DeSoto uses the title managing director. They're already in that range. And so then you have some other directors that are in a different range that are just directors. So we're not changing, we're just in that category level, we're elevating it.
Makes sense to me now.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing that.
And so this is our workshop. I'd love to have feedback. You've given us some information to follow up on, and we'll check on, I don't know if we talked about it, whether the salaries were adjusted. I think when Mr. Ramey spoke, you asked the question about the folks who were at the lower end. We did do an increase in the budget for some of those positions, and we will continue to monitor it, but we did look at increasing them. I'm not sure if I got them right to the $15 an hour, but we will examine that and bring it back. And so this is our opportunity to kind of present to you. On Saturday, we have our next phase, which will be the public. We'll do a brief overview to the public. It'll be via social media, an opportunity for them to hear kind of a high level of what we're doing with their tax dollars. And then that will kind of conclude that portion of it. And then we will, in the next part of the meeting, talk about part 2. So thank you, and I want to thank our team, and I appreciate you listening and giving them a chance to share their thoughts and their operations with you, because I think this was very important for our team to really get a chance to explain what they're doing and what they need and what they've asked for.
And with that, don't get up. Okay, we got 5 more minutes. Okay. And that is because we conclude this meeting. But what we have to do it before we conclude this meeting is that I need to announcement of and establishing a budget and tax rate.
That's in the next meeting.
That's all, okay.
So we're
That's
gonna
the next
close,
meeting.
that's the next meeting. So we're gonna adjourn this meeting. And then I'm going to open the next meeting. And I'm going to read the verbiage. And then we're going to make a motion. Make a motion, yes. And we're gonna do a roll call vote. And then we'll be adjourned.
So we're adjourned.
So, yes,
Do you
sir.
have a time on this? Did we already adjourn?
No, he's about to.
I'm about to now. Okay, you ready? All right, we're adjourning at 11:19. Sit tight.
Mr. Finney, you can stay as long as you like tonight. You don't have to rush. I know you want to stay longer. You don't rushing away.
All right, so real quick, we're transferring over into our next meeting.
Call the question.
We're gonna call this meeting to order at 11:20.
There we go.
Okay, so this also is a supplemental notice of meeting by video conference. In accordance with an order of the governor, order of the office of the governor issued on March 16, 2020 as extended, the city council for the city of Duncanville, Texas will conduct a city council regular meeting in person and by video conference at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021, in order to advance the public health goal of limiting face-to-face meetings, also called social distancing, in an effort to slow the spread of coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic. This is an open meeting conducted in person and video conference. Due to limited seating in council chambers, persons or participants may attend the video conference in order to maintain safe social distance as provided in this notice. To speak during citizen comments, you must register with the city secretary before 4 p.m. on Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. Email citysecretary@duncanville.com and title the email Public Comment. August 10th, special meeting. You will need to register with the link below and attend the meeting. During the citizen comment period of the agenda, the city secretary will call your name and allow access to your camera and microphone for you to provide your comments. Feel free to email your comment to the city secretary for the mayor to read into the record. 4, any unexpected technological issues that may arise. It didn't seem like a complete sentence, I'm sorry. Call to order at.
We've already called it. We're good.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so explanation of business, audience via Zoom is in listen-only mode. However, the citizens who registered to speak with the city secretary by the 4 p.m. deadline will be allowed to speak. Their microphones will be turned on by the IT department. Do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Now we will call roll call vote. So I'll read this verbiage.
Yes, sir.
The city council shall vote to consider a maximum ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2021-22. This vote is not to adopt a property tax rate. That vote will be scheduled for a later date. The vote to consider a maximum ad valorem tax rate is a statutory requirement per Texas Tax Code 26.06 and is not a vote to consider adoption of a tax rate. So, the chair will entertain a motion, and your motion must follow that verbiage that you see on the screen there. And then we will have a motion, and a second of that motion, and then we will have a roll call vote. And we'll do it by voice vote according to council member, I think.
Do we need to give you the maximum tax rate, sir?
Yes.
I'll go around and call. This would be the maximum set tax rate.
All right.
You got it up?
Yes. Motion to approve a maximum tax rate of 0.702073. Let me say it again.
Yes, please.
0.702073 to be considered for fiscal year 2021, 2022, and to establish a public hearing date for August 24th, 2021 on the tax rate for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. This vote and rate is not to adopt property tax rate, but is a maximum rate which is required by the Texas Tax Code to be considered. An actual tax rate will be established after tax hearing and the vote of City Council. Staff is instructed to schedule and publish the required notices under the Texas Tax Code.
Okay, the motion is made by Councilmember McBurnett, second by Joe Veracruz.
All right.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Veracruz, for or against? Councilmember McBurnett, for or against?
4.
Councilmember Coots, for or against?
4.
Councilmember Cooks, for or against?
4.
Councilmember Contreras, for or against?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Harvey, for or against?
4.
6-0, motion passed.
Thank you, Council, and with that, we,
One more, set the date.
Oh, we gotta set the date? Okay.
August 24th is. They said it in the motion.
Yeah, did you say August 24th?
Yeah.
I didn't hear. So-
Okay.
Oh, goodness, yes, good.
Okay, yes.
So, if nothing else, we're gonna adjourn this meeting. No. And when we adjourn this meeting, please leave. Thank you.
Yes.